Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Are we good? Can you guys hear me? Are we good? Can you guys hear me? Welcome, welcome. We got 3 people online. I'm using StreamYard again. I'm using the free version of StreamYard, so hopefully this will be good. Hello, hello, Orthokristos, Orange Bon Jovi. Greetings. EAP123, Fast Joe. Audio's good, excellent. Yeah, so I realized the trick to my internet issues is really just to push my computer a little bit back. For some reason, I like align with the planets and I get the good internet. Hello, Prince Johnny. Hello, hello, everyone. We got 9 people on already. I think maybe the StreamYard is better because I can get I think people just click on the video more because with StreamYard, I can show on my channel that I'm going to be on this certain day, on this certain time. And I think for some reason, people click more on that. Yes, of course, everyone and their mother has heard the news about Roe v. Wade. It's excellent news. Um, it's all thanks to Donald Trump. That's the bottom line. I mean, yes, pro-life organizations have played a role in influencing people when it comes to abortion, but this is an amazing thing that has happened because I never thought that this would happen. In all honesty, I'm kind of a doomer when it comes to these things. I'm actually kind of a doomer when it comes to anything. I'm not a very positive person. So I'm actually quite shocked that this happened. Very shocked that this happened. So I've been spending pretty much all day reading the news. So states are going to be allowed to ban abortion or to permit abortion. That's what we're at right now. Conservatives are going to push to completely make abortion illegal in America. I don't see how that's going to be possible. I just don't see how that allowing states to vote for whether or not they want to permit abortion is one thing, but completely outlawing it is another. Clarence Thomas said that he basically said that now that we've pushed Roe v. Wade off the cliff, now it's time to go after Hodges versus Oberfeld or Ober. What was the last name? Hodges versus Oberman, I think was the case. It was a 2015 case that constitutionalized gay marriage, essentially enforcing the permission of gay marriage in all of the states of America. Yeah. But that's going to be a while from now. The thing about illegal making something illegal is you have to have enough people on board. I think it's quite obvious that in Texas we have enough people on board who are against abortion, but I don't see how you could completely get rid of abortion or enforce an anti-abortion legislation in a state like New York. At one point in time, the state of New York, and maybe this is still the case, I don't know, but I remember reading years ago that in the state of New York, there were more abortions than births. It's insane. The abortion rate in New York it's like the Serbia of the United States. I mean, very, very high rate of abortion. So now what? I think we can at first just celebrate the fact that we can have states getting rid of abortion or overturning Roe v. Wade without any sort of action from or counteraction from the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court right now is on our side. We have majority conservative presence within the Supreme Court. This is all thanks to Donald Trump. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it was all just the pro-life organizations and the rallies that did it all. This is thanks to Donald Trump. This is all thanks to Donald Trump. Yes, it was the pro-lifers that voted for him. I mean, if you want to make the argument that it was like all the pro-life activists that did it, you can make the argument that thanks to pro-life activism, Trump got elected. I'm not sure if you could prove that though, because a lot of people who voted for Trump were people who like never voted in their lives, and I'm not sure if abortion was a big thing for the majority of Trump voters, but it was a serious thing for all of the evangelicals who voted for Donald Trump and all the Catholics who voted for Donald Trump, all the Christians who voted for Donald Trump. And I'm going to assume that the majority of the people who voted for Trump are Christian in some way or another. So there's that. But with that said, it was Donald Trump who elected those 3 Supreme Court justices, and those Supreme Court justices were Kavanaugh, who they were trying to get rid of by accusing him of rape. Um, Kavanaugh, Barrett, and Gorsuch. It was those 3 judges that really made the difference. If those 3 judges were not there, then you would have just had Clarence Thomas and Alito, and they would have been against 3 other judges, Sotomayor, Kagan, and the other one whose name I don't remember. And then you had Roberts, who really didn't vote on it. He just sort of made a statement saying that he's willing to support the Mississippi law, but he doesn't think that we should just completely overturn Roe v. Wade, which doesn't make any sense. If you're pro-life, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because I mean, this is your opportunity, right? I mean, we've been talking about getting rid of Roe v. Wade for decades in this country. I mean, ever since I was a little kid, I remember hearing people talking about removing Roe v. Wade or outlawing abortion. I mean, I've known about abortion for the great majority of my life, and I've been hearing from Americans, conservative Americans, about how much they want to outlaw abortion. Well, you have a Supreme Court that's populated mainly by conservatives, appointed by Donald Trump, and Donald Trump made it very clear that he was going to be a very pro-life president, and he did not disappoint in that regard. So we really have to thank Donald Trump for this. I mean, it's like the guy's still the president. He's still making changes, even though he's not the president. Like the things that he did while in office are still making a difference, which is amazing. I was fairly critical of Donald Trump. I wouldn't say I was definitely not one of these never Trumpers. That's just completely cringe and stupid. I mean, because if I were to become a never Trumper, then I would be rooting for somebody like Ted Cruz, which is even crazier, I think. Or Jeb Bush or some crazy stuff like that. But you know, I was fairly critical of him. I never want to be that guy who's like, oh yes, he's our savior. I never want to be that guy. So I was critical of him. I was critical of him pretty much when it came to his foreign policy, and I didn't like his immigration rhetoric. I think his immigration rhetoric was toxic. With that said, though, we have to give what is deserved, right? We have to give what is deserved. And if somebody, did I freeze? Are we still good, guys? Hold on. Are we good? Can you guys hear me? God of mercy, I hate this shit so much. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Can somebody just tell me, are we good? Whatever. I think I'm just going to keep talking. Okay, we're good. I look a little slowed down. Okay, I think we're good now, though. God of mercy. I'm sorry, guys. I have this third world internet. I wish I had some Romanian internet on my side here, but I have Texas internet. Texas internet. You know, there's a lot of good things about Texas that I like. Believe it or not, Texas is the medical research center of the world, and I have really shitty internet here. So anyway, I don't think Starlink would make a difference, in all honesty. It's just the topography upon which my house rests. It just the way it is, and then the fact that I have an in-law unit in my backyard. Okay, my grandma lives with me. We don't believe in elderly care centers. In the culture that I come from, we don't believe in elderly care centers. So, my grandma lives with me, right? So she has an in-law unit. She's got her own house, little tiny house we built for her. She has her own kitchen, bathroom, the whole thing. And she has her own separate internet access. Okay? She has her own modem. You guys want to know why my internet is so shitty? I'm going to tell you guys why. It's because my grandma's modem is not too far away from our house. For years, we were trying to figure out why our internet was such trash. One day, the company, our internet provider, Spectrum, sent us one of their specialists. They said, because for years we've been having this problem, and they said, we're going to send you one of our best guys to your house to investigate why your internet is shit. So they sent this white guy over here. He had glasses on. He looked like a real nerd. And he came over. He looked around our house and he says, I don't see any problems here with your wiring. And he said, you got any other modems? And we said, well, we have an in-law unit that has its own modem. He said, okay. So he checked out the in-law unit. And he said, you guys want to know the source of all your internet problems? Yeah. We said, yeah, please tell us. And he pointed at the in-law unit. He goes, this right here. He goes, this is disrupting your entire system. So the reason why I have slow internet is because I don't believe in elderly care centers. That's the reason why, guys. So bear with me. Have a little bit of sympathy for my situation. And just, I am happy and I appreciate that you guys understand where I'm coming from here. With that said, back to Donald Trump. I was fairly critical of him for different reasons. But when it came to abortion, I never made any criticism because he said things that needed to be said. For example, when he was debating Hillary Clinton, he told the whole audience, and he was in a debate with Hillary. But when you're in a debate, a debate is like another form of making a speech. You know what I mean? It's like another way of making, it's like another way of oratory. So instead of you going on the stage by yourself and giving your beliefs, you have someone else on the stage who's challenging your beliefs, and then you're making statements to counter what he's saying. And when you're making those statements, you're not really just talking to the guy that you're debating. You're talking to everyone who's listening to you. So I know what Donald Trump was doing when he did this, and I'm pretty certain that most of you guys, if not all of you guys, remember this. But Donald Trump gave a very graphic description of abortion while debating Hillary Clinton. And he said that the baby is cut to pieces. The baby's ripped from the womb, cut to pieces. He gave this very almost like ISIS level detail of what abortion entails. And that was a message to everyone listening, because everybody, how many times have we heard Christians say things like, we just want someone to say it like it is? Like, how many times we've heard Americans say that, conservatives say that? We just want someone to tell us like it is. Just call a spade, tell the truth, be honest, be explicitly detailed, like do what you have to do, but just tell the truth. Well, that's what Trump was conveying. He was conveying that message to all of the people that liked him, that admired him, saying, all the pro-lifers that admire him, he was saying, I know abortion. I'm going to tell the whole truth in front of national television. And it's not just national television, it's international television, because anything that happens in America not anything, but any major event that happens in America is automatically international news. There's a shooting in America, it's international news. A political debate between presidential candidates, it's international news. America is the center of the world. Well, for now, that's soon going to end. But Trump did all that. And then Trump had that interview with Chris Matthews, the infamous interview with Chris Matthews. And Chris Matthews said, would you like, is abortion murder or something like that? And if abortion is going to be illegal, should the woman be punished? And Trump said that if abortion is illegal, the women who have abortions should receive some kind of punishment. And the left attacked him, but that's obvious, right? Like, that's expected. If you say anything about abortion, you're going to be attacked by the people who support abortion. Like, that's a given, right? But what surprised me, what really didn't surprise me, but what I found disturbing was how much Trump was getting attacked for that by the pro-life movement. That's crazy. And the pro-life movement attacked Donald Trump for that hardcore. Even Ted Cruz attacked him for that. How can we say that if a woman has an abortion, she should be punished? Well, if you truly believe that abortion is murder, then you must believe that it needs to be treated as such. It needs to be treated as murder. It needs to be treated as a crime. And Trump was consistent with that. He was consistent with what he was conveying. So, I used to think, like, people used to say that Trump's an outsider, and I kind of laughed at that because, I mean, the guy's a billionaire. He's well connected. Like, he's not really much of an outsider. But now that I think about it, maybe in a way he was, in the sense that he was challenging the status quo. He was challenging NATO. He was challenging the European Union. He was challenging these things. So in a way, he was really shaking the establishment at its foundation, which was, I think, dangerous in some ways and good in other ways. Dangerous in the sense that by rattling the international world order, you leave power vacuums in the world that will be filled by countries like Germany, Japan, Turkey, countries that I don't want to see ever rise up again. Probably going to piss somebody off by saying that, anime fans. But good in a way that he would go against something like abortion with an effective strategy. And that strategy was appointing Supreme Court justices that are pro-life. Gorsuch, Barrett, Kavanaugh, these guys are pro-life. So that's it. What do we do now? We celebrate the victory. Now we have to also understand that there's going to be hurdles in the way, hurdles in the future, obvious hurdles. For example, in the state of Texas, you already have big city district attorneys saying that they refuse to enforce any sort of anti-abortion law, that they're not going to punish anybody for doing abortions. How the state of Texas is going to deal with this, I don't know. How are they going to enforce the law in all these districts that are ran by people who are pro-abortion? I have no clue. But that's the hurdle. America is a very divided country. Very divided. But at least we got this far. And believe it or not, in this sense, we're actually doing better than a lot of other countries. For example, recently, I got into a conversation with a Russian guy. He wanted to, nice guy, teaches English in somewhere in Russia, Moscow, I think. Speaks good English. I mean, he teaches English, so his English is good. And we started talking, and he told me about Texas. He says, I watched what happened in Texas, he told me. It's exactly what I said. Major events that happen in America become international news. So one thing can happen in Texas, and everybody around the world has heard about it. And he says, I like what you're doing in Texas. He says, you got rid of abortion. Very nice, very nice. And I said, abortion is high in Russia, I hear. And he says, yes, it's very high. And I said, do you think that Russia will ever outlaw abortion? Do you see that happening in the future? To which he said, it's going to be very difficult, he said. Getting rid of abortion in Russia, he told me, is going to be an uphill battle. It's not going to be easy. And I said, why do you say that? And he said, because in Russia, there are many people who support abortion. A lot of people who support abortion. And that's part of the legacy of communism that is still there. But he said a lot of people support abortion, and it's going to be a big uphill battle to get rid of it. So he didn't sound like he had much hope, but he was very impressed with the state of Texas. So in some ways, America, in this regard, I think America is doing better than other countries, many other countries. At one point in time, Chile, or Chile, as it's said in Spanish, Chile outlawed abortion decades ago. If you were to go to Chile, you would have seen that country had outlawed abortion. Abortion was not legal. My father went to Chile to give a speech, to give a number of talks, actually, in the year 2000. And what year was it? I think it was 2004. My father went to Chile. He went to Santiago, and my father loved it. He loved Chile. He told me it was a very clean country, safe country. It wasn't like Mexico. Mexico was very corrupt and crime ridden. But he told me that Chile was a very clean country. And one thing that my father told me when he got back from that trip in 2000, early 2000s, was that Chile outlaws abortion. He told me there is no abortion in Chile. Well, there is abortion, but it's against the law. But Chile just recently got rid of that. I think Mexico also recently, I got to look this up. I think Mexico also allows for abortion. Are we good, guys? Like, am I frozen here? Or okay. I think we're still good. Abortion in Mexico. Okay, since 2021, abortion is no longer a crime in Mexico. So, in some ways, we're doing better. So we shouldn't lose all hope. You know, I know that I come across as a huge doomer, but I also understand that we shouldn't give away all of our hope. Can you guys hear me? Are we good? Doing a sound check. Hello, Divine Soldier. Yo, what's up? Sister Tenacious. I liked it when Trump would let fly with his outrageous comments. He's really at his best. I gotta get my glasses. Hold on. I'm getting old, guys. You know, I'm getting old. I need my glasses now. I'm becoming a total boomer. I'm a 30-year-old boomer, guys. Oh. I used to work out a lot, and now I work out and I get back pains and I'm not as I don't got it as much, you know, but I still try to work out. I still try to do all that. You know, for a while there was a while in my life back in like 2011, 2012. I think it was 20 was it 20? I know it was like 2013, maybe like late 2012 into 2013. I just stopped working out for months, months, and months, and months. Like, I just didn't work out. And man, I remember getting fat. I did not work out at all. All I did was I would just sit around for hours and read books and write stuff. And I'll be honest with you, I was very productive, you know, but I felt like shit. So it's always good, I think, to keep your body somewhat active. It's important. You don't have to be like ripped or anything, but I think it's always good to be somewhat active, physically active. So guys, I want to do something fun today. We don't have to do this right now, but I want to do something fun. We're 20 minutes in. You know how it works, guys. So after the first hour, I drink a beer and then we talk and read your comments and then we start getting into music. So what I want to do something fun. You don't have to do this, but I'm using StreamYard today. And the reason why I'm using StreamYard is so that I can allow call-ins, because a couple of you have been saying, oh, you should allow people to call in. And I've done that before, but it gets kind of annoying because some of you guys just don't know when to stop. No offense. But I want to do something a little bit fun. I want to allow call-ins, and you guys can give me your comments, your questions, or your disagreements. Doesn't matter. But I want to get a song recommendation, a music recommendation, so I can pretend that I'm a radio host. I want to LARP as a radio host today and be like, what's your music request? Give us your music request. This is 99.5 Kiss FM, blah, 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 blah. And I'll play the song. But I can't do screen sharing for the song because that's when the copyright issues come up on YouTube. So yeah, here we go. Call-ins, yes. Theo, what do you think was the hottest it ever has been on Earth via a hot day and where? I have no idea. Did you tell me it was Death Valley or something? They blocked Trump on Twitter. Yep, that's correct. Hello, Madrid. Mad Riddick. Okay. Thank you, Kasha, for that. Or Kate. Palestinian Wi-Fi. Yep. Audio is perfect. Video is slightly pixelated. All right, good to know. When it comes to NATO, Russia, Germany, the Russian pipelines, that many didn't want to listen to Trump. You look slowed down. Trump was the first president I know of that attended the March for Life. That's true. That's right. He was very consistent when it came to being pro-life, I think, unless somebody has a piece of information that contradicts that. Will euthanasia ever be legal in America? You know, that is that's not a question. And you just said it makes me question whether euthanasia will ever be legal in America. I think if euthanasia ever got accepted in the US, I think it's going to be in like Vermont. You know what I mean? Like Vermont is that kind of state. It's full of white liberals and they don't mind killing their grandparents. Vermontians and Delawareese people from Delawareese. Who else? People from Maine, maybe. Rhode Island. Those types of states, they kind of remind me of those northernmost European countries like Belgium or Denmark. Delaware sounds kind of like Denmark, and I think those states would be the ones that would euthanize their parents because they kind of remind me of those northern European people. That's why I say that. Those people are cold-blooded. It's legal in Canada. Well, there you go, and that's pretty up north. Chittown representing here. What's up? I'm an American, and I was talking to my Presbyterian friend about the war in Ukraine, and he said he doesn't blame Russia because, yes, Ukraine has some Nazis, but NATO pushed Russia and knew what he did. Yeah, I think that's correct. Getting a Mythos beer. It's pretty hot. Oh, Mythos. I've heard of that before. Sounds Greek. Mythos. Speaking of Greek, Orthochristos, have you ever heard of a guy named Platon? Big Greek Renaissance figure. One day, Death Valley reached 201. Yeah, that's why they call it Death Valley. Who the hell wants to live in Death Valley? I've heard of people like they were born in Death Valley or some shit. Who the hell wants to live in that shithole? It's hell. They call it Death Valley for a reason. It's like you're in the part of the earth. You're right underneath the earth. You're right on top of the earth's core or something like that. It's a shithole, man. It's terrible. There's a reason why they call it Death Valley. I think the reason why they call it Death Valley is because there was like a whole group of people in Death Valley who got stuck there and they almost died. And then when they escaped, they called it Death Valley. I think that's what it is. Guys, are we Plethon Gemistos? Yes, I've heard of him and read some of his stuff. He was a controversial, very, very, very controversial. He hated Christianity and wanted to replace it with the worship of pagan gods. So that kind of explains the origin of the Renaissance for you. Is my internet okay? I think my internet is garbage. What is a shithole? A shithole. There's elders who are being kept alive artificially and have no quality of life, and plenty wonder when they can finally go to their forever home, heaven. Heather wants to kill the elderly, or what? You want to? I mean, yeah, Heather, I don't even want to argue with you about this, unless you want to argue with me about it. But I just Gemseat is a mist of wine and sprinkling water. There was a terrible story that I remember reading. It was from the Netherlands. Pretty certain it was the Netherlands. And basically this old lady who did not want to die, she was pressured into being killed. She was being pressured by the elderly care center to die. They were like, "Hey, do you want to die?" And she's like, "No." Like, "You sure?" She's like, "Yeah, I don't want to die." And they said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yeah." And she said, "Yeah." So her husband went to the elderly care center and said, "Kill the bitch." And they gave her a cup of coffee. She drank it. And it was one of those chemicals that weaken your body. And she tried to fight back. And her kids were there, and they were grown up. And her husband was there. And she was trying to fight back. And the doctor looked at one of her children. I think it was her son or her daughter. I think it was her son. And the doctor said, "Hold her down." And he held her down. And then he gave her the poison and killed her. And that was murder. So when you talk about euthanasia, that's the type of thing that you're inviting. You're inviting that sort of crime to happen. Are you sure that's a true story? Yes, I am 100% certain that's a true story. You can read all about it. It was all over the Dutch. Here, I'll send you a link. Hold on. Netherlands. Killed patient. I can send you the story. Man, my internet. Holy shit, this internet sucks. Hold on, guys. I'm going to look it up on my phone. Chopo, that's hilarious. Yep, here it is. Doctor acquitted in landmark Netherlands euthanasia case. CNN. Nursing home doctor has been acquitted. And he was acquitted of the murder of an elderly woman with severe dementia. The court in The Hague concluded on Wednesday. It says here the woman had written a directive asking for euthanasia in the event she was admitted to a nursing home with dementia, and she thought the time was right. But when she was admitted to the home, she gave mixed signals, according to an August 26 statement from the Public Prosecution Service. The court said the doctor had been negligent, and she had spoken to the patient's physician, husband, and daughter, as well as consulting with the treatment team in the nursing home. The patient's psychologist and consultant from an end-of-life clinic. Prosecutors had not sought a punishment, etc. So yeah, you can read all about it. Netherlands, big case. It's real, guys. They murdered this woman, and yeah, she didn't want to die. Dr. Venkin was the name of the doctor. The Nazis are still with us. Europe hasn't changed. People sit there and they're like, "Oh, Europe's changed so much. Just a place where we can have pizza and croquettes and drink the finest coffee. We can go to like Estonia, Lithuania." It's like, you guys realize that there was a horror. There was like a world war, okay, in Europe. Millions of people died. They were literally taking retarded children and doing experiments on them. They were taking the brains of retarded children, and that was considered science. They were doing experiments on civilians, prisoners of war. Like, this is if anything, Europe is a giant haunted house. You know how you hear about these haunted houses, like, well, there was a murder in the house, and books are flying off the shelves. That's Europe. Europe is a giant haunted house. There was some serious evil that happened there. I mean, I went there. I went to Italy. Now, Spain, I felt cool. I was in the land of Franco, so I felt okay when I was in Spain. When I was in Italy, man, I felt like I was in a haunted house. That place is weird, especially when I went to St. Peter's Basilica. I went to St. Peter's Basilica. That's a weird ass place, let me tell you. And all the you see all the priests walking around, and I've never seen so many priests in one area in my life. I mean, you are in the Vatican, right? You're in Vatican City, which has the lowest divorce rate in the world because the women are all nuns and the men are all pedophiles. Well, I mean, a good chunk of them are, at least. So that's why they have such a low divorce rate. Very modest country, very moral and modest country, the Vatican City. That Vatican City is so moral and Christian, you know? I really admire it. But anyway, yeah, I went to the Vatican, and yeah, full of cardinals, and you see the archbishops there walking around with their cell phones. God knows what they're planning. What evils were committed in that city? What evils? We have yet to even measure them. Heather, that's okay. We can have our disagreements on that particular situation, but why do you bring up these extreme examples? Like, I'm talking about somebody who was still conscious, and you're bringing up like somebody okay, so there was a woman, I remember. Has anyone ever escaped a vegetative state? Has anyone ever like recovered from it? That's the reason why. Oh, that's one of the reasons why. I don't know, Heather. I don't know. Maybe one day you'll be in a vegetative state. I don't know. Maybe you'll pull the plug on yourself. I'm not sure. That place is an accursed land of racism. They used to torture them, and today they kill them in public. Man, you make a good, solid argument there, Chelpium. America does have a violence problem, and it does still have an issue with racism. There is still racism in America. It's nowhere near as bad as it used to be, but there's still definitely racism. Chopium. Sorry, I keep calling you Chopo because I think that was your initial name. I would agree with you on your sarcastic observation, but the problem is that in Europe, you still see it. Like, the demons are still alive there. You know what I mean? But in America, we still have remnants of racism. It's a fact. Why do you think the majority of abortion clinics are in minority neighborhoods? Blacks and Mexicans. That's their biggest target. And who founded Planned Parenthood? Some lady named Margaret Sanger who hated blacks. So, I mean, the remnant is still here. It's still here, guys. Europe still has a fascism problem. The Sweden Democrats in Sweden was founded by members of the SS. In the Baltic countries, they still celebrate members of the SS. Some of their biggest parties are fascist, ethno-nationalist parties, like the Conservative People's Party of Estonia, and then you have some far-right parties in Lithuania. I mean, it's pretty nasty. Ukraine still has a problem with this. In Germany, the third biggest party is a party that has literal Hitler sympathizers in it. I mean, it's still there. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm saying it's like a ticking time bomb. Hello, I watch anime sometimes. Your church is full of pedophiles and predators. The court of the king's bench, Theo. What? The court of the king's bench? Someone has escaped a vegetative state. Heather Green, a I did not expect that at all. I didn't expect that. That's not me. I didn't say that one. That wasn't me. Yeah, there have been cases of people coming back. So you say, "Oh, this person's in a vegetative state. There's no chance." I mean, I don't believe that. Nobody has ever recovered from vegetarianism. That's true. People escape comas, absolutely. America still hates. Okay, you already read this. What do we make of the Egyptian obelisk standing in the middle of the Vatican? I've heard different arguments about it. One is that, hey, look, we took this, like we crushed paganism, and we crushed paganism, and so it's here. Like, we've conquered paganism, and it's in our city. Like, this remnant of the pagan world, we stole it, we pillaged it, we conquered it, and this is like a trophy of our conquest. That's one way of looking at it. And their way of looking at it is that there was a weird admiration for paganism, and there was that sort of thing that was going on in the Vatican. I read this story. There was a man, I have a sore throat today. I hope I don't have COVID. There was a weird story actually that I read yesterday. There was some artist whose name I don't remember. He did some artwork for the Sistine Chapel, and there were some pagan themes in the artwork, and there was some nudity also. And if you ever go to these old churches in Italy, you'll see a lot of statues of naked boys, and yeah, it's very weird. And there was a guy by the name of Desena, and Desena or Desena or Cesena, I think it's Cesena. Desena, he criticized this. Oh yeah, Michelangelo was the artist. He criticized Michelangelo, and he said that this artwork belongs more in a tavern than anywhere else. And Michelangelo responded to that by drawing a picture of Desena, a portrait of him with donkey ears and a snake around his body. And he complained to the Pope. Desena made a complaint to the Pope, and the Pope responded with sarcasm, saying, "Oh, I have no power over hell. I'm sorry, Mr. Desena. Goodbye." And that was it. So, very strange history in the Vatican. Swearing allegiance to the first hereditary absolute king of the United States of America. I doubt that'll ever happen. Maybe, who knows? Croatia will denazify Italy, Scandinavia, and France. Germany will be given to Serbia and Turkey as a sign of goodwill and peace. Oh, God, that's hilarious. In the old days, people didn't have these euthanasia problems because they didn't have life support to someone in coma. Either comes back, God saves them, or they starve. Yeah, at one point in time, we didn't have cures for certain diseases either. I mean, yeah. But thankfully, we have cures for numerous diseases that we didn't have years ago. In the Netherlands, we have Geert Wilders, who wants to ban Islam. I think Geert Wilders is trouble. I don't like him. He's against Islam, but he'll support things like abortion and gay marriage and euthanasia. I don't like him. I think he's a snake. He came to America years ago, back in 2017. He came to America, and he was doing a talk for Gays for Trump. And that was a very weird time. Homosexuals for Trump. And there was like these weird posters all over the room that Geert was talking in. And the posters had these young men in these very weird poses. It was bizarre, very bizarre. I recommend you read St. Francis de Sales, The Catholic Controversy. He brought 70,000 Calvinists back to Catholicism using this invincible argument from Scripture of take it to the church. Soon you'll see. Okay, I am not reading commentaries of Bible. It like Rashi's commentary of Tanakh. Oh, here we go. Got to bring up the Tanakh, man. Oy vey, happy Hanukkah. You know how hot it is over here where I'm at? It's over 100 degrees. It is flipping hot. It's like an oven over here. So let's look at the updates. Kentucky Attorney General says abortions in the state are illegal. So KFC, guys, Colonel Sanders has won again. Performing abortions in Kentucky is now considered a felony after the state's Human Life Protection Act, which prohibits the willful termination of the life of an unborn human being. And I like how they worded it. They don't say unborn child, fetus. They use a very graphic term, unborn human being. It's very explicit. Went into effect Friday, Attorney General Daniel Cameron said, "Today is a day that many have hoped for. The issue of abortion has been returned to the people and to the states where it belongs," Cameron said in a statement. Now, here's another thing that you have to keep in mind. We have overturned Roe v. Wade. Well, not we. I wasn't involved in this, but Roe v. Wade has been overturned, which is a good thing, leaving the decision up to the states, which means all you pro-lifers out there are going to have to fight for your state not to become blue. And that's going to be difficult because a lot of the Republican states are magnets for they're magnets for migration from other states. So you have people from California, from New York, from Oregon, wherever, and they're traveling to the Midwest, or they're traveling to Florida, they're traveling to Texas, Arizona, New Mexico. And those people could change the political demographic of these states, and they could make it go blue. So what are you going to do? Do you see what I'm saying? So it's almost like the pro-life movement is never going to die, because what do you do when your state turns blue? Then what? Then they'll start voting in for what, a Democrat, and then the Democrat could change the law of that particular state, or they'll vote in for enough people in the Congress of those particular states. The battle is not over. I mean, the war is not over. Like we won. Well, in a way, we won a major war. I mean, we overturned a Supreme Court decision that's been here for almost 50 years. So it's a major victory. But now you have to keep your state red. You have to keep your state pro-life. That's the thing. Because if you have enough blues entering, they could change the whole political atmosphere. Yeah, over 100 degrees. It sucks. 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I hope Mussolini's granddaughter seizes power, because if she does, Greece and Ethiopia must go to war and conquer Italy. I simply say this to make a point about the hypocrisy of relatives who want their elders alive but have nothing to do with them and abandon them. Yeah. Stop effing ho. Yeah, you're right. You're right. What is the origin of abortion, right? Like, where does it? I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Abortion is the result of promiscuity. That's what it is. Now, if you let's say if a man and a woman are dating or whatever, and in the heat of the moment type of thing, they have sex, right? And the girl gets pregnant. I mean, if they get married and they have the child, then I mean, they messed up in the beginning, but they did the responsible thing. The problem is that you have promiscuity, too much of it, and people don't care. People don't care. It's like a mixture of different things. Like, you have promiscuity, and then on top of that, you have like all this pressure to go to school and to get a job and all this stuff. So these women are like, well, if I have this child, then I can't go to university, I can't go to college, blah, 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 blah. And that's what they always say. All these pro-choice people, that's what they always argue. They're like, well, you're taking away women's opportunities. Well, don't have sex. I mean, it's that simple. So you're absolutely right. IDM 7. So I agree with you. Can't wait for Biden to institute anti-adultery laws. That's impossible. You can't do anti-adultery. You can't do that kind of stuff. Stop making excuses. They're hoes. We're getting some red pill rhetoric going on here. I love this. Simple. Make more kids that would later vote red. True. Women major degrees like sociology and art history, less engineering. Yeah, they want to get a degree in art history, sociology. That's true. It's all bullshit anyway. It's all bullshit. I'm going to get a degree in communications. Getting a degree in communications. Anyway. How long has it been? It's been almost an hour. Here we go, guys. Yeah. The whole thing with women in university. I mean, if they want to get a career in like something that, like being a nurse, I can understand that. I think women can be good nurses, or maybe like an elementary school teacher or something. But like the idea of, oh, I'm going to I'm going to get a degree in what? You're going to get a degree in communications. You're not going to become an anchor woman. I'm a shotgun child. Honestly, painting walls pays better than teaching history. True. I'm a shotgun child. Mom never thought to terminate me, and her and dad married. Mom was only with one guy in her life. Well, that's good. Peter gang reigns supreme. I don't even know what that is. So whoever wants to call in, let me know with your questions, comments, or disagreements. I'm going to try to do the radio show host thing here. We're trying to do like an AM radio thing. Why America loses the technology race. Less and less kids are interested in math, science, and engineering. More and more kids are thinking, becoming influencers. True. Trade schools used to be a thing. People would go to school to become a plumber or an electrician or something like that, but they're not as frequented as they used to be. I think if more and more people got into trade schools, they would have much more success in life, because being a plumber or an electrician or someone who installs air conditioning is always going to have a job. You're always going to have opportunities. You're always going to have demand, because everybody has air conditionings, everybody has plumbing, everybody has electricity. So you're always going to have a job. That's not what Shotgun Child sounds like. Honestly, sounds more like a new anti-shooting proposal from the Republic. H-1B visa. That's absolutely right. We get all the good immigrants from China, Africa, South America. We get all sorts of people coming in. I think we get like 1 million immigrants a year or something like that in this country. It's crazy. But that's what we do. We say, okay, don't have children, but we'll just bring in some more people from this other country, and then we'll complain about them later on. Shotgun is a new mandatory part of every good student's equipment. How long has it been? Almost an hour. Trade school. Yeah, my brother went to trade school. He learned construction in trade school. I never went to school. I never went to college. Never went to university. I have a PhD. You want to know what my PhD is? Public high school diploma. That's my PhD. Public high school diploma. That's what I have, everybody. I went to public education. I went to public education, everybody. I spent 1 year in private school because I was living in Mexico and there was no public education for me unless I spoke Spanish and was willing to potentially get stabbed. Joking. So I had to go to private school for 1 year in Mexico, which was a very, very interesting experience. Going to school in Mexico was a fascinating experience because I got to see firsthand how different Mexican culture is from American culture. And when I'm talking about Mexican culture, I mean Mexican is very different from American Mexican. Theologian. Shotgun child, meaning I was born. Yes, I know. He's being sarcastic. Pay no attention to him, Heather. He's just from the Balkans. That's how they all are. Just consistent sarcasm all the way. He's a Balkan child. Pay no attention. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Are we having a good day? Good Friday afternoon? I was supposed to edit an interview that I did. I interviewed this Ukrainian guy weeks ago. He was supposedly former intelligence, and I posted a bit of the interview some weeks ago, but I wanted to do a second part, and I haven't done it yet because I don't want to spend hours on a video. I hate when I have to do a video and I'm like, okay, I want to put some B-roll in. For those of you who don't know, and I have difficulty saying for those of you who don't know, I have to really accentuate the pronunciation, because if I don't, it comes out like this. For those of you who don't know, I have to say, for those of you who don't know, um, B-roll is when you put just random footage over your video to make your video more interesting than it already is. See, English is difficult because we have these weird tongue twisters in our language. I don't want to make the video. I want to make the video more interesting than it already is. And I put B-roll. So I'll put a video, a little clip of some destroyed buildings, a car blowing up, soldiers running, things like that. And maybe a little atmospheric music in the background, just to give some spice to the video. The problem is that even though the video is like 5 minutes, it literally takes me like 5 hours to do a whole video because I got to find all the footage. I got to gather the footage. I got to edit it. Oh, it's a pain in the ass. So I'm like, do I want to do that second part for this interview with this Ukrainian guy? And I keep resisting, partially because I'm lazy, but partially also because I don't want to spend all day on a video. So I'm thinking of just putting the second part without any B-roll and just putting it out there and just seeing what happens. Serbian AKs are good quality? I have no idea. Well, I guess the Arabs are AK children, given the fact that they shoot it. Yeah. Anyway, it's been almost an hour. So beer is on the way. Is the internet working? Are we good, guys? Are we good? We're good. Okay. California governor signs new bill. See, this is exactly what I was talking to you guys about. The country's divided on this. California governor signs a new bill. You know what? What the hell am I doing? I'm using StreamYard. Hold on. I got to do some. Let's do some screen sharing. Completely forgot that I have this on. This is a CNN here. Here we go. Here we go, guys. California governor signs new bill protecting abortion rights. California Governor Gavin Newsom on Friday signed a new law strengthening abortion rights in the state following the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe v. Wade. As he signed the bill, Newsom described feeling pissed, resolved, and angry. Never would this happen if men were the ones having babies, ever. And you know that, and I know that. Every damn person knows that, and that's the elephant in the room. Yeah, stop being hoes. Stop having children out of wedlock. Making irresponsible decisions. I don't know. I think a lot of it also has to do with the fact that we don't really have societal pressure anymore. There's no such thing as societal pressure. We used to have people used to be pressured to get married. Now there's zero pressure to get married. So you have people who are like 30 something like me who aren't married. And then people were pressured to have kids. People were pressured, like there was shame, and I think that's the reason why like we have high abortion rates, is because there's no collective shame. California and New York will burn. Let them keep heaping hot coals on themselves. For those of you who don't know, for those of you who don't know, that's the origin. Erabishe Kalashnikov. Hello, Olivia. This Gavin Newsom sounds like he enjoys the old crack pipe a tad bit too much. Oh, that's so good. California's new law passed by the state legislature on Thursday will create a protective shield against any potential civil action originating outside the state for anyone performing. Do you know one thing that concerns me? And I could be completely delusional about this. I can be completely wrong about this, but what I'm concerned is that this abortion thing is going to divide the country so much that we're going to have another civil war. Because as Chopium rightly pointed out, we had a civil war in this country over slavery. The Democrats were for slavery. The Republicans were against it. Today, the Republicans are against abortion. The Democrats are for abortion. The majority of abortion clinics are in minority neighborhoods, just like the majority of slaves were minorities. So it's almost like we have a parallel situation here. I can be completely wrong, and I'm willing to be wrong on this. Okay, if you want to correct me on this, please go ahead. But what kind of worries me is that this thing could divide this country up, and not spark a civil war by itself, but could be one of the factors leading up to another civil war in this country. Democrats cannot fight. The SJWs can't. But I have met some Democrats who are in the military, who know how to use guns, and they know how to kick ass very well, and they're martial artists. So I wouldn't underestimate them too quickly. According to my friend that live in the U.S., many young girls, women are now pressured to live a free lifestyle. That's true. That's true. There is pressure, but it's the pressure to do the opposite. There's too much pressure to where it is prying on rights of individual. There's no pressure to where there is no adequate discipline. Yeah, that's true. I agree. There's a healthy shame, unhealthy shame. ¿Qué parte de México? I was in Jalisco. Yes, civil war has already started. Watch this weekend. Life issues may rightfully become the catalyst that finally balkanize. It very much so, because Americans are very divided on this issue. So it's possible that this could lead to another civil war, guys. I'm not saying it's going to, but I'm saying it could. Like Sister said, it could be a catalyst, or it could be one of the catalysts that lead to a civil war. Because I would be shocked if this country doesn't have a civil war. Honestly, I would be shocked if we don't have a civil war. Looking at those riots that we had, billions of dollars in damage. I mean, the way it happened back in 2020, that was horrifying. Luckily, nothing happened where I'm at, but watching the videos, it was horrifying that was actually happening in this country. Horrific riots and violence and anti-police violence, and they were attacking police stations. I mean, it was just disgusting. It was disgusting. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like if you have someone's calling me. It's a scam caller. Bullshit scam caller from India or Pakistan. If you had riots over George Floyd, I'm wondering if you're going to have riots over this, you know? And if there are no riots over this, then I would be surprised and happy at the same time. Ted agrees civil war is inevitable, and it needs to happen to stomp out the demonic left. Majority of special operations guys are conservative and will rain down hell on the left. Yeah, but you can say that all you want, but do you really want to be in that? Do you want to be in a blender of carnage and gore and slaughter? Do you want to see? I mean, the civil war is. You don't want a civil war. I don't want a civil war. I don't. I like to live in peace. I don't want to live in a civil war. And plus, you're talking about the demonic left, but what about the demonic right? What about the right that is racist, that believes in paganism, that has all sorts of weird ass ideas, the Milo type ideas, the gays for Trump? I mean, it's not like the right is righteous completely. So if you have a civil war, you're going to have rapes, robberies, pillages. It's very ugly. I read enough about the civil war in Ukraine that broke out in 2014 to know that it's very ugly. I read enough about the Lebanese civil war to know that civil war is very ugly. Civil wars are not civil. I read enough about the Syrian civil war to know that civil war is ugly. I read enough about the Balkan wars to know that a war between peoples who speak the same language, even though they speak the same language, even though they may have similar cultures, is very, very ugly. So I don't want a civil war. I think it's inevitable. I think that that's possible, yes, but I don't want to be in it, and I don't want it to happen because so many innocents would die. The left is better than the left is less worse than the right. I think the left is just more obvious. I think right wingers. When you say right wingers, we have to clarify our terms. What do you mean by right winger? Do you mean like evangelical Catholic pro lifers, or do you mean like guys walking around with vests and they have skulls on their masks and on their vests, and they are like far right lunatics and they're nationalists? He Albanian. That's why he trolled Donald Trump, who is secretly Serb. Danilo, Danilo Trumpic. And he said Kosovo, yes, Serbia. So these are some brilliant jokes. Are you sure you're not like, are you on, do you go on forums and say these jokes? Because they're pretty damn good. Anyone saying they want a civil war is insane. It'd be worse than I'm telling you, it'd be so horrific. Yes, the Spanish Civil War was absolutely horrific too. You know what happened in the Spanish Civil War? A bunch of leftists in Catalonia took a nun, chopped her head off, and fed it to some pigs. They butchered thousands upon thousands of people. They killed you if you were a priest. They killed you if you were Catholic. They killed you if you spoke Latin or if you were studying Latin. They killed you even if you were a janitor at the monastery. They killed you. Do you really want a civil war? I feel like I'm Mel Gibson's character in The Patriot. Have you guys ever seen the film The Patriot? It's a masterpiece of a movie. But there's a scene in the beginning where all these guys are in the building and they're like, "We want war with Great Britain. War. We need war. Taxation without representation." And Mel Gibson's character is like, "I don't want war." And some people are looking at him as if he's a coward, and they said something like, "What about privileges?" And Mel Gibson's response was brilliant. He says, "I'm a father. I have no right to privileges." And he also said something that was also brilliant. And this was actually said before the outbreak of the American Revolution. He said, "Why should I fight a war so that I don't have to pay taxes to a tyrant that's 10,000 miles away, only for later on to be forced to pay taxes to 1,000 tyrants 10 miles away?" In other words, sure, Great Britain is tyrannical, but if you get rid of Great Britain, then you're going to be dealing with tyrants here in America. So what's the point? And the left is, yes, you're correct. The left is pro-abortion. You are absolutely correct. No one is disputing that. But you can get other evils from the right that you may not get from the left. Do you see what I'm trying to say here? I'm trying to say there's problems with both sides, and if you have a civil war, you're only going to ask for more radicalization. And what happens if, in certain areas the left will win? What happens to the conservatives in those areas? They're going to be butchered just like the conservatives in Catalonia were butchered during the Spanish Civil War. So it's like you're asking for too much shit, man. Will this action of overturning Roe v. Wade cause God to look more favorable? Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully we'll have divine favor. Female dog, donkey type Budlos be looking real tough while leaving nuns to rot in the streets, but then start crying when you bomb their hood to ruins. That's not how real Badulos roll. Oh, what are you referring to exactly here? Will this action of, okay, I'm paleo libertarian, anti abortion, against war, am a lowercase evangelical Christian. Gotcha. It's a masterpiece of a film. The majority of the right want to be left alone. What does that mean? You want to be left alone? You just want less taxes. I guess that's what is that what you're referring to? Just less taxes by being left alone? But if you have a civil war, that kind of goes out the window, right? And then radicalization takes place, and then you see the real monsters in people. That's the thing, is that you don't really know what's going to happen in a civil war. It's like dealing with an animal. You don't know if it's going to turn on you. It's like when during the Second World War, when Germany invaded Poland and they armed and trained the Ukrainian nationalists. I mean, the Poles wanted to be left alone, and they thought that the Ukrainians were going to be nice to them because it seemed like the Ukrainians wanted to be left alone as well. They were all friendly neighbors, and their neighbors butchered them. So you don't know really what to expect. You can say that you can we can state all of our assumptions all we want, but when bullets start flying and people are dying, I mean, things happen. That's the thing. Spainful civil war. Left wing and right wing are both wings of the same ugly beast. Yep. Pretty much agree with you. I hope God destroys Earth. Humans are disgusting creatures. I hope you're talking about yourself as well. I hope you include yourself in that if you want to make those sorts of statements. A house divided against itself cannot stand, but what constitutes our nation's self? I feel no unity with no. Yeah, I don't really feel unified in America in the sense, like in the national sense of the word. I don't feel unified in the sense of like, oh, I feel unified with all Americans. I feel unified with people who have the same principles as I do. So I will feel more unified with some guy in the Balkans who has the same principles as I do than I would with some guy in Vermont. So I never really had I've never felt any sense of national unity. I think the leftists are more militant to force us to bow down to Sodom, where there are less right wingers that are extreme evil. You're absolutely right that the left wants to force Sodom on us. That's yes, absolutely. The left wants to do that. That is 100% true. But here's the thing. The left will do these sorts of things, but then you'll find out you'll hear a story of like some guy with a machine gun and he kills like 70 people and he's a right-wing lunatic. So, yes, the lefties will advance their own agenda absolutely 100%. But I mean, at the end of the day, like everybody has their own agenda, right? Everybody has their own agenda. Not all agendas are good. Not all agendas are bad. For example, like Florida says, hey, none of this gay stuff. I mean, that's a government imposition. That's the government enforcing something, or no abortions, or else you may face punishment. That's enforcing something. Now, in all fairness, it is reactive to something, but nonetheless, um, conservatives, we also want power, right? We also want to dictate certain things. So, for example, we don't want to allow churches to have gay weddings. I don't think you have any right to do that, and I don't think any church has the right to do that. So we also believe in enforcing certain principles. Bottom line is that we both have our principles and we want to enforce them. Um, we have to fight against this evil. Yes, but at the same time, okay. Look at Church Militant. Church Militant is like the anti what's that Catholic TV program? EWTN, right? EWTN is like the biggest Catholic network in America. Probably one of the biggest in the world. Broadcasting network, Catholic Broadcasting Network. Michael Voris starts Church Militant as really a rivalry or as a competition with EWTN. Now you could say, well, look, the Novus Ordo Catholics are just evil. They're enforcing their corrupt masses on everybody. They want to stop the Latin Mass. They corrupt the communion. They corrupt the beauty of the Mass. They purge the beauty of the Mass. You could say, well, and I would say, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. But then guess what? I thought that the other side was good. I thought, oh, I want to go to the church militant side. I'm going to go to the Latin Mass side, the traditional Latin Mass side of things. And do you know what I found there? I found Nazis, and I found, believe it or not, I found covert homosexual support, such as with Milo Yiannopoulos going into church militant. And I confronted church militant about this, and they hung up the phone on me and told me that that I can't be trusted. That's what Michael Voris told me. Michael Voris ended up hanging up the phone on me because I told them that Milo was a pederasty advocate, which is a fact. He didn't care. So we can sit here and say, yeah, the left side is bad, and we could be right all we want about that. But the other side is a little bit more secretive. And if you have a civil war, guess what happens when you have a civil war? All the demons come out. All of the demons come out. Demons that you didn't know and the demons that you know, they all come out of the street. So I don't want a civil war. I don't want one. You can call me a cuck, coward, pussy, whatever you want to call me. I don't want a civil war. Anyway, I'm trying to have a serious discussion. Okay, this is a different conversation. New books. Yeah, I'm actually reading a book on the life of Savonarola. Girolamo Savonarola, who challenged the corruption of the Vatican, which is a very, very fascinating story. The right is like a creature with sheep clothing that talk like a dragon. And remember what the Bible says when warning about the Antichrist: looks like a lamb, speaks like a dragon. And Jesus says that the Antichrist will deceive even the very elect. Well, the liberals aren't deceiving the very elect. Not with the open support for abortion or the open support for Sodom. It's the right that'll deceive the very elect. Jacob, yep, the Fuggers. Was it Fuggers or I don't remember what their last names. Fuggers or something? Yeah, those guys were sick. Oh, new books written by me. No. I will never write a book again. Guys, I'm going to finish answering this question, but let me get something to drink. So, we're going to be doing a different beer this time. So let's go back to a normal screen. So today's beer, because the state of Texas has outlawed abortion, I decided that we will celebrate Texas in this video, in this live stream. So this is a beer that I just heard of recently. It's a locally made beer here in the state of Texas. It's called Nowhere But Texas. That's the name of the beer. Nowhere But Texas. This was a very cheap beer. It was $5 for a 6-pack. And I'm going to try it out. So here we go. This is Nowhere But Texas beer. And it has a light color. So here we go. So we have a light color. The color is no different than pretty much any other light beer. This looks like a color that you would see from a Texas Lone Star. Let's give it a smell. I can smell the yeast. It has that bread fermentation smell. I can smell some of the hops. According to the can, it says Nowhere But Texas, American Premium Lager. Legal draft, Arlington, Texas. Okay, so this is as Texas as it's going to get. You have the right to drink great beer with flavor and character, made locally and enjoyed with friends and family. Know your rights. Oh, this is such a Texas thing. Know your rights in the back of the can, everybody. The American Premium Lager is straw gold and made for easy drinking. It's perfect for the lake, a ball game, or a Texas country concert. Holds the answers to all my dreams. Yes, it actually says this in the back. Holds the answers to all my dreams, guys. Has the colors of the Texas flag. It says know your rights, except for abortion rights. Throw those out the window. And gay rights. Throw those out the window as well. A toast to your internet interfering grandmother without those. Yeah, true. Arlington, Texas. You have the right to. Yep, that's correct. If you draw a line for entering a conflict at your front, you're either overly materialistic or overly naive. So let's give it a taste. Very good taste. I would say that this is a fine beer. It has a malty flavor, somewhat sweet and biscuity, and it has a little hint of the hops, so it adds a bitter balance to the sweetness of the malt. That's a fine beer. I love it. That's a very good beer. I like beers that have a good balance between hops and malt. Some beers are very malty. They have almost no hops or little to no hops, like Hams. Hams is a good beer. I enjoyed Hams. It's very malty, sweet beer. Texas Lone Star is a beer that has, I think, very, very little hops in it because it has that. It's just almost pure malt. Shiner is a beer that's very malty, not a whole lot of hops. Let's see here. Tastes like Texas morning. The interesting thing about Texas beers, guys, that I find so fascinating is how they are known internationally. How they are filmed internationally. I always find that fascinating. How they are seen internationally. How they are presented internationally. So, for example, you can go to Japan and you can find Texas Lone Star marketed as an import beer, and it's considered fancy. That's what I find so fascinating about Texas beers. That they're Texas beers, but they're marketed in different countries. It's not like they're just limited to Texas. You can find Texas beers, especially Texas Lone Star, in countries like Japan, where they are marketed as foreign and special and exotic, and it's fascinating, very fascinating how Texas is really almost like a country unto itself. Texas is a state that has its own oil. It's a state that is very industrial. It has a huge cattle market, a huge meat market. It has a very huge potato farming industry. Medical industry is huge here. There's a lot of scientific innovation that goes on here. Now we have numerous companies moving here. Tesla is now here. So Texas is an extremely industrial country. If there is a civil war in America, Texas is going to be leading the conservative side against the liberal side. Texas is a state that really doesn't need to be in the union. It doesn't need to be in the union. It can survive on its own. Now, what would be cool if there is, and this is, see, people talk about Russia invading America. I've been hearing this for decades. Russia invading us, Iran invading us. There was a video game that came out years ago. Great game. It was on the GameCube. I'm not certain if it's on PlayStation, but it was on the GameCube, and I played it many times. It was called Freedom Fighter. Great game. Excellent game. I loved it. And it's basically a game where Russia has invaded America, and you have to lead an anti-Russian resistance. And you
you recruit. You start out by yourself, so you get a gun, and you start out with a little revolver, and you kill Russian soldiers in the game. And once you've killed enough of them, and you can even do things like you could set up roadside bombs so that when the Russian trucks or when the Russian like armored vehicles come, they get blown up. So you could put like IEDs. You can snipe, throw grenades, Molotov cocktails, the whole damn thing. I mean, it was like you you could play this game and just say you're being a Ukrainian. And once you've killed enough Russians, then you can start recruiting other Americans to join your resistance movement, and you can start an army. And that's when the fun really begins, because with the army, I can like get a certain section of my troops and position them in certain areas of the city, because the whole game takes place in New York City. You're defending New York City in the game. So I can put like I can position certain soldiers in certain areas and then tell them like, okay, you're going to defend here. And once you see the soldiers, we're going to fire. You're going to fire from your position. And then I can get another set of soldiers and I can have them either stay with me and I'll guide them as I move. And so if I like hide behind a wall, they're hiding with me. If I'm shooting, they're shooting with me. And then I can also command a certain number of them to just go full on offensive mode and to attack the Russian position. I can also position all of my troops into defensive positions, but I can also command all of my soldiers to go on the attack. So you can be very creative with the game. I can set up roadside bombs. So I'll set up some roadside bombs. The Russian tanks come in, bam, they blow up. Russian soldiers are in a panic. I tell my men, go on the attack right now. Boom, 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 boom. You go over there. You go over there. It's like it's like Saving Private Ryan. It was such a good game. Such a good game. This game was amazing. It was very fun. I'd play this game for hours. With cheat codes, I would unlock unlimited ammunition, unlimited ammo, unlimited Molotov cocktails, unlimited bombs, unlimited grenades, the whole shebang. It was a very fun game. So there's always been this like weird fantasy of Russia invading America. But I'm thinking like if Russia ever tried to invade America, there has to be something going on in America that is so internally destabilizing that Russia would find the opportunity to enter the US, probably through Alaska, if I had to guess. It would be a civil war. There would be a civil war. So I'm thinking Texas secedes from the Union. Other states start seceding. You know what's going to happen? Russia would come in and be like, hey, let's trade. Then the Union back in Washington, D.C. will be like, they're working with the Russians. They're traitors. We have to kill them all, blah, 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 blah. And then Russia would form an alliance with Texas. And then the Russians will come along and say, we must denazify America and end abortion. And there would be Russian tanks going through my neighborhood. And then I'll be waving the Russian flag and saying Privet. Anyway, here we go, guys. Freedom Fighter. Yes, that's the name of the game. The game teaches us how to be terrorists? No, the game teaches you how to be a freedom fighter. It's not necessarily you're not a terrorist in the sense that you're killing. There's no civilians being killed in the game. You don't kill any civilians. You just attack military personnel. What's the game called? It's called Freedom Fighter. Oh, it's on PC. Okay, I didn't know. I just had it for GameCube. Do you have scissor bugs? Yeah, we have lots of insects in Texas. Corona or Lone Star? Oh, definitely Lone Star, without a doubt. Corona's okay, but it's so bland. It has a slight malty flavor. a slight hoppy flavor, but it's a particular hoppy flavor. It's very unique to Mexican beers. Mexican beers have a unique taste, and every Mexican beer has that taste. It's kind of like the taste of eating marinated carne asada. I myself am drinking a Puerto Sol BCE Fruity di Bosco juice, which I bought at an Italian supermarket. Italian supermarket. You sure that's not owned by the mafia? Do they try to enter your ears? No. I think I played Spec Ops years ago. Wasn't that? I think I played it on Xbox 360. Texas would have to trade with Russia after their split from California. They would face a major AIDS deficit. Have you played Homefront? Yes, I did. You fight the Koreans. I played that game. Yeah, it was okay. Play Red Alert series, Ted. It's on old RTS. Guys, do we want to do call-ins? Does anybody want to call in, or do we want to do music recommendations? What do we want to do? If there's going to be no one wanting to call in, then next time I do this live stream, I'm just going to do regular like YouTube live stream. I'm not going to use StreamYard. But I think maybe StreamYard helps with the internet connection. I think the internet connection is a little bit better with StreamYard. Musica. Okay. Any musical recommendations? Go ahead. Give them now, and I'll play them. This is a very good beer. $5 for a 6-pack ain't bad. It's locally made. It's refreshing. Has an excellent flavor. I want to call in to give some of Mom's experience in rest homes. You mean like how they abuse people in rest homes, or what? EAP123, why don't you give me a call? Then we can finally have a conversation and we can know that you're human. Does it come in bottles? I didn't see it in bottles. I just saw it in a can. Hold on. This is a song recommendation. Los Invasores de Nueva León. Oh, man. The problem with doing you're scared. Okay, no problem. I'm not going to judge you. The problem with the StreamYard is that it doesn't let me copy and paste music. I think I have to go onto YouTube and just do it. Neglectful relatives. I think we mistreat the elderly very much in this country. Okay, so Heather, you want to call in? Okay, Heather wants to call in. Let's give her. Okay, I'm gonna invite you guys. This is for Heather. No one click on this. Okay, Heather, you want to come on? Here's your chance. Here's the link. It's taking a while to come on. It's taking a while. What's going on? Having trouble connecting. This internet sucks so much. Oh, that's a good beer. That's one of the best beers I've ever tasted. No joke, guys. This is excellent beer. Nowhere but Texas. Nowhere but Texas. I'm doing well, Amanda. We still take care of our old. We don't put them an old folks home. Good for you. I'm having internet connection, so I'm having difficulty putting the link on. Okay, hold on. How about now? Oh, gosh, this is so annoying. My internet connection is garbage right now, guys, so that's why it's not showing up. Why is my internet just freaking garbage right now? Guys, I have to get new computers. I just can't take this anymore. All right, my internet should be working. Okay. All right, Heather, the link is there. Just click on it. We're waiting for Heather. Oh, there she is. Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. Okay. Yeah, so now I will say this. Mostly where we are, we do what we can to care for our elders.
Okay.
But also in turn, for the most part, usually, except maybe in the past maybe 2 generations, our elders in return, they also didn't really see the modern form of retirement as as a way of saying, okay, we need to just stop doing work and stuff. That was never a thing. It used to be, and they still do this in the rest of the world today. One didn't retire, so to say, until you couldn't work at all anymore. You weren't able to, and then your
Sure.
kids took over. That's how it was. Basically, kids were seen as investment, and you didn't that and reliance on people. And also, you didn't have the suburbia mentality, which I really think that's what caused a lot of complacency in the past 50, 70 years and so on, and all that. Anyway, there are plenty of. Now, my mom has worked in rest homes. Thankfully, she's not doing that anymore. She got tired of just staffing and just all that. She had to care for. They were caring for a man who was basically like a vegetable. He wouldn't. He couldn't communicate. He was just non-responsive, except for a few hints that he's probably communicating something here and there, and he was just yeah, like just existing. It was very sad. And yet he had a daughter, and they've had to call ambulance. There are ambulance that comes back and forth down our road because of the rest home that is near us. They've had to call them several times, the ambulance several times, and I know it's their job, but after a while it kind of gets tiring. Like, really, this is the life of this person here, to where. But the thing is, he doesn't have a DNR on him, although I think he should have, because
Hold on, what's a DNR? A what?
do not resuscitate.
You mean like if he's dying, you don't help him, kind of thing?
Well, only because he was it's more of it helps to mitigate cases, and it's usually by a relative or those who are the state of attorney, which was his daughter. But his daughter, who doesn't even come to visit him, didn't come to visit him or see or talk with him, and yet she's like, I can't let go of my dad. Yet she don't do anything. She just wants to exist and to just keep existing. They have to keep changing him, changing his catheter and diapers and all of this stuff. And a lot of them, and he has this. He would often wonder, "Am I going to go to heaven yet?" I'm serious. There are some elders that are just purposely being left alive, but they are not given the quality life that they deserve.
Okay.
Because of selfish relatives that don't want anything to do with them, yet they're like, I want them alive. It's pretty selfish, isn't it? And eventually the man did die.
Okay.
Even when they did in the beginning. I mean, it's just it's angering to me. It angered Mom and the workers especially, because they're like, we have a lot of other people that need our priority, and we can't always be there for every single one of them. And then there was staffing and all that. So, and I'm not saying this, I'm not putting down the elderly at all. I actually respect them immensely. The problem is how their relatives treat them. Thankfully, because now our extended family, I grew up around 5 generations of relatives. So basically, I grew up knowing a great-great-grandmother. And I don't think a lot of people experience that these days, except maybe here.
I did. I lived with my great-grandmother for years.
Oh, I'm talking great-great.
Yeah, I know. But I think most people don't even know. Like, I don't think most people have lived with their great-grandparents.
Oh, she lived across the yard from us.
Okay.
Okay.
So your argument is what exactly?
Well, the point is, there are some people who are elderly that don't have anyone at all. Either they lost their family to either tragedy, like some elders have seen their entire families die out, and they are the only survivors in parts of the world, and they're in a rest home. And if they are suffering, and I know to where they are being prolonged artificially, and yet they're like, can I just go home? And that home meaning they want to go to heaven. They want to get it over with. I'm saying that option probably isn't bad. Now, the coercion part is what you have to be concerned about. I think when you've lived, because in their mind, they've lived their life. They're done. They want to be in heaven. And basically, for me, it's the quality that these people are under, and if they're not appreciated, and a lot of it has to do with the healthcare system as well. And
yeah, okay. I think a lot of it has to do with the lack of family structure in the United States.
It still exists, but let me tell you something. There's never been such thing as the nuclear family. It's always been extended family. Growing up, the nuclear family was foreign to me. I was like, so you're telling me it's just mom, dad, kids, and that's it? And it's all them doing everything? Uh-uh.
Well,
There,
I agree with you. I agree with you
no
there.
man is an island. No family is an island. That's
I
how
agree with
communities stir 'em up. But you
right.
ask these suburbia people are like, no, nobody's in charge of my kids except for me. And I'm like, so you won't accept help if you need it, like from a relative? Because I grew up I have the values. I grew up with the values of my great grandparents, which I'm very thankful for. And I thrived on it. I learned stuff that a lot of other people probably would take for granted. And it's, I don't want to say it's a privilege, but I think it's a right that everybody should have. Because you
So
learn so much and you really have that innate security, familiar security. Like if something bad happens with me, or I have something to fall back on, so to
my
say.
right. So my great grandfather, Frederick, was on life support. And that was keeping him alive. He was he wasn't on life support. He was on oxygen, but he was very old and he was on oxygen and he really couldn't get out of bed. And one day he just pulled the oxygen mask off and died. He just wanted to end it. And I guess some people they're stuck in bed all day and they don't get out. They can't get out of bed and someone's cleaning their diapers and they're this and that and this and they just say, "You know what? Just kill me." And I guess I can understand where those people come from.
Now, I know
At the
not everybody's going to think that way, but if that's them, they want to do it. They want to. I think that should be made their decision, and they're
But the
absolutely certain about
okay,
it.
okay. But the problem with that is when you do that, I think you kind of expand the Overton window. So
Well,
if
yes,
the
I do
old
know that.
yeah, so if the old woman or the old man wants to die and you say, "Well, we should give him that right because he's old and miserable," then what's stopping younger people from coming out and saying, "Well, I want to die too, so kill me." And then from there on, it can expand into other things that are destructive. It can expand to, well, these people are sort of they're drains on the system, so we should just euthanize them as well. And then you could have eugenics, and it's a very
Well, let me tell you
dangerous
something.
proposition.
In the olden, I would go back to natural law with this. When it comes to those who are in the, like, they're on like the stages of like life is going to end for them, but you're out, but then there's the prolonging of the life artificially, and it's not, it's just it's miserable to see and also miserable for them to experience. But when you're talking about a young person that probably could have a comeback, I think that's different. And I know that there are people that will use another argument of like, no, they should have the right. No, a young person should be able to live. I think if we apply that like it would be way back when you didn't have the advances in technology like we did today.
Here's
And
the issue is human life, I think, should be cherished no matter the age. When you
oh
start
yeah,
saying
absolutely.
when you start saying that young people are like when you start saying, I'm not saying that you're saying this, but when people start saying things like, well, young people are more important than old people because like they live their lives, then I don't know, maybe somebody in their 70s, maybe like someone in their 70s should be seen in the same way. And then we could say, well, that guy in his 70s, he's lived his life already. He only has like what, 10, maybe 20 years if he's lucky. So get rid of him as well. Like, I think that our principle in life should be the sanctity of human life, regardless of the age. Because once we preserve the principle of the sanctity of human life, then we prevent these other evils from being acceptable or from being justified. So, for example, if you say, well, a woman is pregnant and she has an abortion like when the embryo is just a little cluster of cells, right? Like you can't even see it. It's almost microscopic. She
Yeah,
has
there's
an
a
abortion.
heartbeat.
Yeah, but it's like it's so small, right? Like it's so insignificant. People will say, "Well, what's more important, like this little cluster of cells or like a 13-year-old boy or something like that?" And people will make these sorts of arguments. But I think that if we have the sanctity of human life as our principle, then we can prevent things like we can prevent ideas like partial birth abortion, because partial birth abortion is just basically
And I never imagined that would be an idea. And honestly, a lot of this stuff is artificially being pressured on people and programmed into people to where even normies are tired. They don't want the trans stuff being taught in schools. Even the normie people don't even want it. So
I know. But I think that our principle should be the sanctity of human life. Just because someone is in a vegetative state doesn't mean that they should be killed. I don't think that that's a justification to kill them. So that's my position. Anyway,
the reason I've thought more about this is because if you haven't been hearing, DEFs, if you have a vehicle that is older than 2010, like a semi in it, they're not going to be used. The logistics stuff, ambulances aren't able to run. Hospitals are rationing products. Like, the way that we are seeing the logistics play out today, I say it's way worse. Even in the Great Depression, they didn't have logistics issues. It was more of like bad psycho weather in that one part of the country, and also the Wall Street people on Wall Street and how they gambled with their money. The average person didn't really have to suffer as much as some other stuff. I mean, there's a lot that you can go into this. But
maybe because, well, I don't know. I think.
Well, we need to drill again anyway. We need to drill again.
I agree, but I think we've always been through like really bad situations. We've always had really bad situations that we've gone through.
Well, everything is interconnected. That's the problem. Things aren't separate like they used to be.
Right. That's true. But
it's gonna be worse. It's gonna be bad. And I want people to realize that we need to prepare for this and fight.
Do you think that we should prepare?
Back.
But do you think that we should prepare for this by like killing people who are really old, or what?
Well, no.
Oh, okay. That's good.
I'm saying if it gets to a moral dilemma of like, and some people say this is an impossible situation. There's been surprising situations that people have been in during world time, and they're like, okay, do we kind of like, and I don't want to use this as an example, but if in Schindler's List, before they came and they were gonna kill these elderly, insane people, the doctors and nurses gave them something poison. That was I think it was also more painless.
Yeah, it was poison.
So they kind of did it for them. I would say it's sort of, or maybe it would be the case of the nun in Constantinople when it was being raided in 1454, and she knew that if she was captured, she would be made into like a sex slave or a breeder for their cause. She took her own life in that case. Those are the kind of situations.
Samson also took his own life as well.
Who?
Samson in the Bible.
Samson? Wait a minute.
Yeah, he did. He was tied to two pillars, and he pulled the two pillars down and killed himself and killed everybody else in the temple of Dagon.
But wasn't he intoxicated?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
He was a prisoner of war. But again, those are different situations.
Well, I want people to really. I just think everybody, and we're kind of a spoiled people.
But this is what I'm trying to understand. Who are you going to kill? Like who do you want to kill? I'm trying to get what your point. I'm trying to understand your argument here. I'm trying to understand your conclusion. What's your conclusive thought? Who do you want to execute? Like elderly people or what?
Well, we should start with the child molesters and that have been proven guilty.
I'm not talking about child molesters. I'm talking about elderly folks. I agree with you on the child molester stuff.
Well, yeah, because you can't regulate rape and murder.
I mean, those people should be executed. Pedophiles and child rapists and all that.
Not only that, but if there's a proven case without a doubt, and there's no tampering of evidence and stuff.
Obviously.
Honestly, my argument is there needs to be better care for the people in their or palliative care, and if they're going to go, let them go in a way that is very painless, like purposely overdosing them with morphine with little time when it's their time to go, because that is actually what used to be. That's actually done to a degree in hospice care.
Yeah, I know that.
But it's not painful.
There's also a tremendous amount of abuse that happens in these elderly care centers, and I've heard of elderly people being killed because of neglect or because of overdosing. I think it's very barbaric. I don't think it's something that we should strive for.
Well, no, I don't want to either.
Okay. So what necessitates the killing of these people? Because I mean, what necessitates it? And what if they don't want to die? Like, what if they're super old but they don't want to die, or they've never really made that decision?
Well, I would say, honestly, if there's low and actually, I kind of didn't really want to talk about this, but I've already.
But that's why you called in, though, Heather. Heather, you called in for this reason.
But I wasn't arguing for killing. It was to mitigate certain issues that there are people that will say, we need to protect life at all costs, when that's impossible to do. You can't prolong life artificially too long. So
what about like Asian families that take care of the elderly until they die? Is that a problem?
Well, no, unless the government is basically making them work, and that's another issue. It's so sad. I actually don't shame anybody. Our own elders, including the matriarch of the family, she was cared for by her own family only until they couldn't be able to care for her anymore, and they had to start caring for themselves, or they were difficulty in their own issues. They had to put her in a rest home, but she was always visited.
I don't believe in rest homes, so my grandmother lives with me.
But it was a dire situation where they couldn't do it anymore. They did it for many years until they just couldn't.
Okay. I don't know exactly what that means, but
it was her children were my great grandparents and great aunts and uncles, and they were in failing health as well. And
do you think that there should be a limit to how long certain people live?
Well, that's what nature does, doesn't it?
I'm not talking about nature. I'm talking about what we as humans do deliberately to others. Like, do you think that we should say, okay, there's the limit. If this person's living beyond this age, then what? Like, just kill them or what?
No. I think it should be a case-by-case basis, depending on the health of the person. Will their chances of recovery, or just in general their quality of life, is it going to improve, or is it going to just drastically just stagnate? They're just existing. They're not doing anything. They can't communicate and stuff like that. It's at that point.
Heather, here's the problem with your argument is that here's the problem that I have with it. Unborn fetuses, unborn humans also can't talk. They also can't consent to anything. And because they're not able to consent, that has actually been the foundation for pretty much all pro-abortion arguments. That's why it's always the choice of the mother. What's the decision of the mother? And the unborn child, if an unborn child could speak, then we would have a much different situation. But the unborn child cannot speak, so it makes it much easier to justify abortion. Just like an elderly person who's very, very infirm cannot speak, and so it makes it much easier for us to justify what you're proposing. you see what I'm saying? So what you're proposing sets a very dangerous precedent, is what I would say.
Well, I'm not even here to completely argue for what you're assuming that I'm doing. I'm wanting people to think hard, like, what if you were in their shoes? That if people really mean what they go by and taking care of their elders, and especially also women who are pregnant, caring for them, making sure they have the best care possible, and for them to want to choose life, that is where we'll probably get somewhere as a society.
I don't really see the purpose of what you're proposing.
To get people to think more hard about why is it that there's to be thankful for life, and to not think of life as, oh, once I retire, I don't have to do anything. That's not true. You should keep
So
working.
what if somebody doesn't want to work anymore? They're just retired and that's it. They just rest.
Well, usually a lot of them end up dying because of that.
Okay, but what if they don't want to work though? What if they just want to play golf?
I hate to say this, but I think that's sort of complacent and kind of selfish. That's just my opinion, though.
So if you just should that be illegal, like just to retire and want to play golf, or what? I think maybe, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, that's something that old people like to do sometimes. They like to golf and play what's that, crochet or something.
Well, if you're still moving and doing stuff, as far as working, I mean, let me tell you something. My great grandparents, when they retired, they still did things. I'm talking about people that take out a retirement and Social Security and they don't do anything but just sit on the couch and be lazy, and they don't do
Yes,
anything.
they've done enough work already. That's it. I mean, they've paid their Social Security. Plus, Social Security doesn't just come from the state. Like people, like
I know, but it's going to run out
pay
in
in
5
Social
years.
Security.
So
What?
to me, retirement is not in my future. To me, I'm going to work until I die. That's how I see life.
Okay, that's your decision though. But what if somebody just wants to sit down? Like they've earned their Social Security, they've paid
That's
enough
who I
money.
feel bad for. And they're going to get into a situation where, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I'm not going to get any more money coming in. At what point will you
For
do?
example, my grandmother is in her 80s and she gets Social Security and she doesn't do anything. She doesn't work. So what should happen to her? She watches HGTV all day.
Well, if she's not able to do anything, that's different.
Yeah, but at one point she retired very early. I mean, not very early, but she retired in like what, her 70s, I think she retired. And she could still drive and she could still go to the store and move around. Should she be forced to be like a greeter at Walmart or something? Or do you want to force people to work their whole lives? Kind of like work will make you free, like that big sign in Auschwitz?
No. What I'm saying is, if you want to be able to have a good life, you may need to work yourself until you can't anymore, invest in your children, and see them as an actual investment, not as a way of, okay, I'm just going to bring them into a world and they'll just exist. No, you teach them and raise them properly. So, like they did in the past. And
Okay. I agree with you that they should see their children as an investment. I think that many times, the boomer generation has been very selfish.
okay, it's not just that. Not even all the boomers are like this. It's actually hit or miss with some of them. It's a lot of the people in the suburban mentality, which around here is kind of rare. It's not that often. My grandfather still hasn't retired. He doesn't see him retiring. He's still going to move and do stuff. And because, well, that and Social Security. So,
okay. I think I agree that people should have children and see them as an investment and invest in their children so that those children will take care of them once they get older. And I think
And
that
not only that, but also,
yeah, go ahead.
but also for people that are, and this is why I consider myself pro. I mean, no, not pro. Far from it. Anti-abortion, because I don't like I don't like the pro-life movement, because they get into a territory where they say you will have this child and they don't help the woman at all after she has her
Do you think
child.
that we should have abortion then?
No, what I'm saying is you help the other person. You, as a church,
agree with you. I completely agree that we should help single mothers.
They still, shockingly, this is one of the reasons why in Europe they don't really have as many abortions like they do in the United States, because there is a culture of, hey, we need to take care of our own, and they do that, and they actually invest in.
That we should. I agree that we should. There's plenty of programs in the U.S. still that help single moms. It's not like they're completely.
I know,
helpless.
but
welfare programs that help single mothers as well.
The only downside is it's being. You probably won't believe me, but there have been plenty.
Abused, right?
What?
You're saying you're going to say it's being abused, the welfare system?
Oh, it has been plenty.
Okay, so how do we deal with this problem? Because if you're saying that you don't believe in abortion, fine, but you think that the woman should be taken care of, okay? But then you say it gets abused. So then how do we mitigate this whole quagmire?
It goes back to the churches and communities, not the government. That's the deal.
Sure. I think that we should have definitely more of a sense of community. I think that we should definitely have more of a sense of family structure, which we lack. I know you don't agree with me completely on this, but we horrendously lack family structures in America. We 100%. If you don't agree with me, just literally look at Africa. Africa has almost zero elderly care centers. Do you know where the only country,
because the kids care for them.
That's right. The only country in Africa that has elderly care centers is South Africa. And the reason why they have in South Africa is because they have a substantial white population there, and those are the people who have elderly care centers. It's a very Western thing. It's a very European thing to have elderly care centers. So if we could have a better family structure and take care of our elderly, and I don't know, if we have big enough backyards, we could build elderly in-law units or little houses for the elderly.
But also, we don't want to crowd places to where there's lack of gardens. We need more gardens.
I agree with you, but an in-law unit isn't gonna. Okay, we're talking. Wait, hold on. We were talking about helping the elderly and having better family structures and more community, but now we're talking about gardens. But I agree with you that we do need more gardens. But that's a separate issue, though. I think, in a way, it's a separate issue, right?
Well, I say the agrarian lifestyle, which people in these kind of bubbles in suburbia have no idea as to how life actually works, and they think that, oh, you get your groceries here and the food doesn't come here. And
yes, I know.
So,
Grandma, I just called you Grandma. What the hell is wrong with me? Heather, my grandmother is 87 years old. We still take care of her.
That's good.
She has difficulty walking. She has difficulty getting up. My mother bathes her. No joke, bathes her. But the idea of killing my grandmother has never crossed my mind.
Well, first of all, we need to keep. If you really care about your elders, keep them out of the rest homes to the best of your ability.
I agree with you. And I think that's part of the problem is the elderly care centers. We just don't give a shit about elderly people.
Well, and also, I think, let me tell you something. Part of the problem with nursing is that there are too many women and there's a lot of henning. And women are kind of, they can't always lift so much of a heavy weight like a guy can. If we equalize men and women percentage of males, it would actually help the system work better, and there's less henning and less drama. And because my mom she got tired of seeing that crap.
Um,
I'm talking about efficiency here too. So,
okay. I don't agree that we should kill elderly people, and I
well,
don't
no,
think.
I don't either.
How about I think we need more trad wives to help the elderly. We need more trad wives.
Well, not just trad wives. What about the husbands? It's their job too.
We need
It's
more
not
trad
just the
husbands.
women doing everything. Both
We need
men and
more.
women do the
We
work.
need more. We need more trad husbands. Women need to stop marrying trash, though. They keep going with trash. They need to stop that.
Well, you help them realize where they're going wrong. Help
They
them,
go with
encourage them.
Mexican ladies go with cholos, and white ladies go with white trash, trailer park trash. A little too much of that going on.
Let me tell you something, this is also a wider theory as to why we have these issues, and I do not think it's just generation. I don't think it's solely generation. It's the fact that ever since the Wilson years, that's when the government started becoming more encroaching on life, your taxes, everything. Cultural Marxism was infiltrated into institutions that started changing the teaching to where, and guess what? In the 30s, the average American wasn't aware of eugenics programs being done unless you were in high society or something, like Charles Lindbergh. People didn't know about this. My great grandparents didn't know what was going on because they didn't get the same information you can get today. Now you have more and better opportunities and sources of what you can do with things than they did then.
But when you say that certain elderly folks should be killed,
The wars, a lot of these wars that are frequent, yet they're not at our doorstep, but they're overseas. And the Vietnam War, we shouldn't have been there. We shouldn't have been in Iraq. We shouldn't have been in Afghanistan in the first place. And yet, our guys and women come home broken people, and the military says, well, we're not going to help care for you. You're on your own. I mean, it's despicable. We have a lot of broken people today than we ever before. I'm not saying
we have a lot of dysfunction. Yes, we have a lot of emotionally.
But it's also, but I also am bothered by the trad people that judge these people as like, well, you got to do it because natural law says so. Well, you got to have some mercy on these people and help them. They're not going to do it alone.
I agree with you on that. Yes, I think we definitely need to have mercy on people who are unstable or who.
And we got to do it. We got to take care of ourselves before we can take care of others. That's another problem.
I agree with you there too. We should take care of ourselves.
And also, I think the whole caring about people that are in our country, it's sort of like a false, false caring, or like you're getting like ego points by saying, hey, look, I care for this person over here in this country, and yet you don't even bother in your own country. Kind of like what they do, like sending young kids to build in places in Africa, when a lot of the Africans do not like that because they're taking our jobs. It's sort of like
who's taking our jobs?
Well, no, I'm saying that it's the way these corporations, these humanitarian missions, that while it is good for people here to learn how to help people in need, there are people in Africa that see it as like a burden because there are people in their own country that can do those jobs, but yet it's being taken over by some foreigner.
Okay. Have you ever heard of an island called Icaria?
Picardia?
Icaria. Starts with an I. Icaria. It's in Greece.
Maybe.
So there's a little island in Greece called Icaria, and it has some of the oldest people in the world. And you have people walking around in that island who are 97 years old, 93 years old, sometimes even 100 years old, or even a little bit more than that, 102, 103 years old. And they're still walking around and talking to people, and they're mentally very functional. And they say there's several reasons why elderly people in Icaria have a very good quality of life. And one, it's because there's community. Well, it's yes, that's true. Diet does play a role.
They probably don't stop moving too.
That's right. They walk around. Now, they don't necessarily work, but they walk around.
Well, they do some work that's productive and like gardening. And again,
Sure.
that's the answer to a lot of this problems is you go back to the earth.
So they walk around a lot more. They stay healthier. And plus, they're never seen as a burden. But in the Western world, we see elderly people as a burden all the time. We see them as a nuisance all the time. And so we sort of disconnect them from community by putting them in elderly care centers. And it's in elderly care centers where I think a lot of them have mental atrophy, physical atrophy as well, and they start to lose their marbles. And then we say, oh, look, they're a burden, they're miserable, let's just kill them. So I think the source to a lot of this is just we lack a sense of community and family in America. I know you don't fully agree with me on that. But when you look at Africa,
here because we still have people that actually have those values. So, and those that still have those values, help those values spread. Make it, So,
but like for example, Middle Eastern culture, they don't have elderly care centers,
except maybe in Turkey.
Maybe in Turkey, but Turkey's kind of like Europe. But I'm talking like Jordan. What's that?
It's transcontinental.
It's like halfway Middle East, halfway Europe. But there's no elderly care centers in the West Bank. There's no elderly care centers in Jordan. Maybe they have them in Saudi Arabia, but in Jordan, West Bank, Syria, Lebanon, I think also they have more of a care for elderly people, and I think that is the root of the problem. Is that there's a lack of that compassion and care, lack of patience and things like that. So, I mean, I've been to hospitals where they have a lot of old folks. Like for example, my grandfather was in a hospital where he passed away, sadly. But while I was in that hospital, and there was a lot of old people living there, and not living there, but they were there as patients. But you can see how being stuck in a room on a bed every single day for weeks can just decay somebody. It can really break somebody down. My grandmother lives with us, so we're seeing her on a weekly basis. We don't visit her every day because she gets annoyed by that, but we see her on a weekly basis. And she still is, for her age, she still is pretty lively. Why? Because she has people around her talking to her, things like that. So I think the root to a lot of these problems is the lack of community. That's
why a lot of the quarantining and stuff, and like kids, if you see your grandparents, you might kill them. And that was disturbing. That just, a lot of those protocols and the masking, you're reducing important social contact with other people. And honestly, I think that is a huge reason why there were suicides that went up.
I think also because Americans I think Americans just weren't used to living in such isolation, so they just went crazy.
Well, because we're social creatures. Most people aren't isolated creatures. We're not an island. You have to, unless you are one of those few people that live like hermits and you're okay with it, that's fine, but that's not the majority.
Sure. Well, there was also abuses that went on. For example, in New York, they were putting sick people with COVID in the elderly care centers.
Yeah, and they were telling other people, you can't let your kids go out in the playground. And I'm like, wow, is the hypocrisy.
And well, they were putting sick people with COVID in elderly care centers, and that wiped out a lot of people. So I think, for example,
and the government tried to cover it up.
Yes, I think that in Spain, there was a story that took place in which somebody with COVID was in an elderly care center, and pretty much everybody died. I mean, pretty much all the elderly people in there died. So I can see why they wanted to isolate elderly people, because you're in a situation where if you don't isolate them and they get COVID, then everybody in the elderly care center dies. So that's a difficult predicament, I think.
I know, but it's despicable that they have this attitude towards children, like, you better mask up or else you may kill your grandma or grandpa. That's awful. that's going to cause trauma to those
Well, you
kids.
may though, but you may kill grandma though. Like when I was
Yeah,
when
and
during
how
the
is
whole
that child going to grow up and they're thinking I killed grandma? How about, and it's like, and now they're wanting to say, okay, have your children under 5 take this vaccine that doesn't, I mean, for a disease that doesn't kill kids, it affects those with comorbidities and elderly. At some point, there are some things that, you know what, some things have to take their natural course. So we don't hurt other people's.
Okay. We're going back to the euthanasia thing, or like the survival of the fittest ideology. Yeah. I don't think that we should just allow old people to get infected and die. I don't agree with that.
Well, no. I mean,
since we both agree that we need a sense of community, we need a sense of collectivism. It takes a village.
Community,
we should protect
with proper social justice, not the SJW crap. That's not real social justice.
I'm not talking about SJWism, but I'm saying since we both agree, we can both agree that we're not SJWs, but because we both agree that it takes a village, if we have a virus that kills mainly elderly folks, we should protect the elderly. I think that's a given.
And there are people that can do that and they still with them. They just are they take all the precautions and everything. And we did that when my stepdad and mom and my half sister, they all got COVID. I was the only one that didn't get it for some reason. Maybe it's my blood type or something, or maybe because I wash my hands like a doctor. And my mom's mom, she stayed in her trailer that she lives on our property. She didn't come. She didn't, thank goodness. So we kept her separate from us, but she was able to still communicate with us, like just not far.
Okay.
And I cared for everybody too. And yeah.
So when the whole COVID crisis was ongoing, my grandmother stayed home for 2 years, from 2020 all the way to just recently, actually in 2022. She did not leave the home because we know that if she gets COVID, she's dead. There's no ifs or buts about it. Like, she'll die. So we protected our grandmother. And anytime if one of us were going to visit the house, we'd make sure, like, okay, you didn't go out. Don't go out. You know, you if you did go out, you wore a mask. You made sure you washed your hands, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but if you're out in the open air and there's plenty of flow in nature, you don't need a mask.
I think we lost her. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, hello, hello. I think we lost connections.
Hello?
I think we lost connection. Hello? Heather,
hello,
we lost you.
Hello.
Got back connection. Hello, hello, hello. John Juan, the guy who says that civil war would be great. Yeah, this is a lesson for you. Hello, Heather, are you still there? Hold on. Are you there? Hello?
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 You broke off, but I think you're back.
Okay. Forgot. Where were we? Oh yeah.
We were talking about masking up.
Yeah, you don't need to do that outside. But if it's indoors, maybe. But this also goes back to the inconsistency of, okay, you can wear a mask. Oh, don't wear a mask. I'll wear a mask.
That's a problem with consistency, though. That doesn't disprove the importance of masks. Hello?
Well, life, I mean, isn't life full of risks?
Yes, but we should also work to mitigate risks. Like when you get into a
But when
car,
you
you put a
do, but when
seatbelt
you
on, right?
overwork too much to mitigate it, it kind of becomes a bummer on everybody else. And like, yeah,
In the middle of a pandemic that has killed millions of people, I don't really see an issue with having some.
it didn't
pers-
kill. It didn't kill as many people as you think. As far as the country and per area,
No,
there
around the
it's the
world, it
typical
killed millions.
cases
If it was
that
a
happen
typical,
annually.
if it was a typical flu, then how come we had such an influx in deaths?
Because there were some people that in hospitals that said, "Okay, we need some COVID money for the hospital." Oh, we'll just say
We
they died
can't prove
of. They that has happened. There have been people that have worked in these hospitals that said they have done this. That and you got these shortages of people because they're saying that they're being told if you don't take the vaccine, we'll fire you. And a lot of the times they have either said they'll quit or they made them fire them. So, and yet you
You're
need all
saying
these
nobody
people,
actually. You're saying COVID was not a threat to the elderly. We should have just
not to the elderly.
exposed the elderly
Okay, for
to
those
COVID.
with comorbidities and at risk, but not everyone else. Now, if it started
So we
killing
should be
kids and
selfish
stuff,
and just not give a shit.
that's a bad thing.
So we should be selfish and not give a shit about those people. Let them die.
No, I'm
Because
not saying that. I'm
because
saying
nature.
you can't.
So if you're not saying that, then you believe in some kind of procedures to take, some kind of protocol. You're not asking for much by wearing a mask. You're really not asking for much. That's like the bare minimum of what you could do, and it's not a big deal. It really isn't a big deal.
Well, what if you want to breathe easier?
I breathed just fine. I wore a mask every time I went out. I had
There are
no
some
issue.
people that have had, and actually, my mom knows somebody that had to get doctor's exemption to not wear a mask because he was having breathing difficulties.
So then you believe in making exceptions for those people, but not making exceptions for helping the elderly or protecting people.
No,
who
I'm
are
not.
vulnerable.
The thing is, at what point can we?
Wouldn't
This is the
COVID be
problem of
worse?
micromanaging
COVID,
people's lives.
I don't think we were really micromanaging that much, considering the fact how many people got COVID and how many, even in California, which had like all these COVID rules and the Democrats were imposing all these procedures and all this stuff. How come California had such huge numbers? Like we weren't really micromanaging that much.
Or at least I had more numbers is because, but guess who had the least numbers? People in Florida.
Florida had one of the highest death rates in the entire country. What are you talking about?
I think you mean infection rates.
We had very high infection rates, yes, and also a very high amount of deaths in Florida.
Let me tell you something. You're gonna have to look into this harder. There's a lot that we're not being told about.
Show me.
No, I'm serious.
There were 75,000 deaths in Florida.
There's a lot of.
Jimmy, you're saying that nobody got
Okay,
COVID?
first of all, COVID does exist. I saw my family go through it. It's just it's being blown out of proportion than what else.
I know people who got COVID. I know somebody whose wife died from COVID. If you can prove to me that that's all a lie, then show me the evidence. Really. Why is everything in America a conspiracy? Why? Why is
it's
everything
not a
in America
conspiracy when there are
You're
people that
literally
are
saying
like, well, when you have a government that almost wanted to say that, you may need to get a vaccine in order to travel, and people were concerned about the side effects of it, and they said, still too bad, you need to get it anyway. And this was also a vaccine that was made in just 8 months. That is not long enough. So
all the people who got COVID, who had family who died from COVID, all these people, they were all liars.
No, first of all, you were putting words in my mouth. No, that is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is proper sanitation. Just and this is a problem that people are losing the bare basics of what it is to take care of yourself and other people, and just sanitation and all of that. And when you got a lot of people really worried because they are being told if they, thankfully they turned it down except for those in healthcare, which I was concerned for my mom, but thankfully she got her exemption. Because I was worried for her. I was crying over that.
Okay.
Especially because the vaccines negatively affect women to where their cycles aren't normal anymore.
There were millions. How many billions of people all over the world got vaccinated?
How do we know that they lied in the polls?
Okay, I can't.
No, seriously, there are people that lie in polls.
We live in two different universes. I don't see this conversation going progressing in any other way. Like, we're just going to disagree because, like, if I tell you, like, hey, billions of people got the vax, there wasn't a whole lot of serious problems. There was something.
Well, now there are more deaths because people are finding that it's associated with the vaccines.
How many?
Certain ones. I'll tell you, my psychiatrist, my own psychiatrist, he was very healthy until he started getting GI problems, and it was after he had the Pfizer. And they said at the specialist in Charlotte that they believe it was the vaccine.
I agree that there have been side effects from the vaccine. Yes, I don't disagree with that. At the same time,
you can't even sue the companies responsible for it. That's wrong.
Gotcha. Didn't you say that there is a risk in everything?
Well, yeah, but at what point can we control every single thing to where it could encroach another person's life?
I know. I don't agree with this idea of like forcing everybody to get vaxxed. I don't. I think it's insane. Like, just force everybody to get vaxxed. Everybody should get a booster shot. I think that's kind of crazy. I think that's too much. But at the same time, there needed to be some kind of mitigating action, some kind of mitigating policy to deal with COVID. You may disagree with me on that. I don't really see.
Now, I will say the first couple of weeks, I was okay with it. But then I assumed okay, we're going back to business. And we didn't. And I'm like, I'm tired of this. I need to go back. Okay, I had essential job. I have an essential job, so I was allowed to go. But it sucked for a lot of people that were forced to stay at home, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I can't."
A lot of people are working from home, and they're actually preferring it.
Well, yeah, because they've had it being lackeys for corporations in which they are wage slaves.
There were some positives.
But at the same time, we're seeing but then there's a huge gap between that and the trades. And a lot of investment is not being made in trades like they used to. That and the HB1. There's a lot of compounding problems, and the pandemic amplified this. And it's accelerating with the Great Reset, logistics, and all of this. It's all connected, believe it or not. It really is, and it's scary.
I don't know about the Great Reset, but yes, I agree that COVID exacerbated a lot of problems that were already there. Yes, I agree with you there. But
and made it worse. It sped it up.
This is part of the problem when you have a virus that can kill people. That's the problem when you have pandemics and you have other consequences that come as a result of it.
And by the way, I have relatives that have taken the shot, but I don't judge them. What bothers me is
forcing people to do it, right?
Forcing people, or saying that at one point in Canada, they thought about if you weren't vaccinated, you wouldn't go into a grocery store. And the grocery store said no. They said no.
I completely disagree with that. I don't agree with forcing people to take a booster.
Well, yeah, because at some point, push comes to shove. People don't want to be told what to do.
Here's the thing. I never got vaxxed. I've never been vaxxed. And you know what? I think I got COVID once.
I probably got it for all I know, but I just didn't get sick.
I got sick, and I got sick, and I got a really bad sore throat for 2 weeks, and had a little bit of difficulty breathing in the beginning. But I isolated myself to my room, and I didn't really leave. So that was it. So yeah,
I was around everybody in this house for 2 weeks, and let's just say, I probably didn't have symptoms, but I probably had it because I noticed there was one thing that was off in that time of the month, and I'm not going to say any further. And that's what I think I may have had it, but I just didn't get sick because I was the one caring for everybody.
Gotcha. Okay, is there anything else that you want to say? As I think we've covered a lot of things in this conversation.
People need to think harder right now than ever before. We are going to get into bad times, and I want people to be prepared. And we may, and I really hope it doesn't come to that, but I actually worry about everybody every day. I really do, to where I have to avoid thinking about it, but it's hard for me to not do. So everybody, try your best to return to the land, grow your own food.
Let's just not kill the elderly while we're at it.
Yes, and care for the kids you have right now.
Okay.
Wait maybe 5 years and see what happens if things may get better or not. Think about what's best for your household, grandchildren, all that, because this is not going to be just for blue and red states. This is going to happen to everybody. Also, look into the term hypernormalization, because this is what is going on. It's same sides of the Hegelian dialectic, and when you get past politics, you see right through the crap and you say they're all liars.
Gotcha.
Most of them are.
All right. I appreciate the conversation. I enjoyed it, and I hope you have a good weekend, okay?
Okay, good. I hope we get rain.
You'll be me too, absolutely. All right.
Aren't we in a nation? Of course, there's a drought in some places, but I just hope it doesn't get here. Okay, bye.
All right, bye-bye. Oh, okay. Anybody else want to come on and talk? We're doing call-ins, everybody. This is 90. I can't say the name of my show. 95.5 Kiss FM, where we play rock and roll music from the early 2000s and the late 1990s, the best era of rock. Who wants to come on and talk? Be my guest. Let me know. I'll put the link in the chat. This is, I got to do the radio voice better. This is 95.5 Kiss FM, your source for the best music of the late 90s and early 2000s. And I have to do like an echo, like Kiss FM, FM, Kiss, 95.5 Kiss. I'll try to get you that evidence that proves COVID is 100% fraud. Okay, send it to me, buddy. Oh, raise his hand. Jimmy, you want to come on? Okay, hold on. Let's do an invite. Okay, Jimmy, or not Jimmy, Danny. Danny, I'm sending to you on Facebook because we're friends on Facebook. So I'm sending you the invite. Danny, go on your inbox and the link will be there. You sound like Wolfman Jack. Who's that? Is that like a character from the 80s? I'm speechless after that. Speechless after what? I think Heather Green has a good heart. It's just she has ideas that I think are somewhat destructive. Not somewhat, they are destructive. TH30 FM, your source for music from the late 90s and early 2000s. Anyway. Oh, Danny's on. Okay, hold on. Hello. This is 95.5 Kiss FM. What is your comment, question, disagreement, and your song recommendation?
Why don't you guys play Mr. Bungle?
Mr. Bungle sucks.
Oh, God. Yeah. I think I think a good band, a great band actually, is Creed. But I'm sure you get a lot of requests for that. So
No,
I don't know.
everybody
Maybe.
hates Creed. Everybody hates Creed.
Okay, well, if they hate Creed more than Nickelback, then any Creed song is fine with me.
No, I think Nickelback stuff. I think his music is really good, and from like the late '90s, early 2000s, it's really good stuff. But like something happened in the 2010s where I think their music just wasn't that good.
They started writing music with one of the guys from ZZ Top so that they would have kind of like so that every single one of their singles would be like that sleazy summer festival anthem for divorced soccer moms.
I got you. Yeah, he started making music. It was a little bit too AC/DC-ish, I think. Some of his later stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't like it. But like How You Remind Me and Someday and Photograph, and I think those are great songs. I love them.
Yeah, those are really great songs.
Silver Side Up, I think, was the album.
I can't. Yeah, that was the one, I believe. Well, I'm not disappointed that I tuned in just in time for some gospel from the Appalachian Apostle. Love you, Heather, but sheesh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like it always toes the fine line of eugenics.
There's always a little argument that comes in that says, well, what about this one isolated situation where we could sort of make eugenics sound good? We can sort of make it sound justifiable. And that's how they always start. It always begins with those arguments.
Well, yeah, because the minute that you give, and I am not saying that Heather Green is Satan, just the argument for eugenics, the conscious argument for eugenics, the knowledgeable argument for eugenics is satanic, right? Because you give Satan a foothold, he's going to, you get that 1 foot in there and then undo everything. And then it's kind of like, Colorado and medical marijuana turned into recreational marijuana, and now they've decriminalized psilocybin mushrooms, and now those are being used to microdose and treat people instead of antidepressants. So true. Oh, and then what else was it? Oh yeah, and isn't assisted euthanasia has become legal there
in Colorado? Yeah, I think so. I think it has. Also, abortion. They say, oh, we need abortion in the case of rape and incest and this. Okay, fine, we'll allow those circumstances. But now, hold on, we also need some 9-month abortions. 9-month abortion after 9 months of pregnancy. What about that?
That's insane to me.
I know, but that's how it always begins with. Yeah.
To me, that's the hidden Holocaust. I mean, we've aborted 2 generations of people in America alone now.
Something like that, yeah.
And I understand all the what if sophistry arguments, but nobody ever stops there.
There's no exactly, yeah, completely agree.
The what ifs are just desensitizers.
Heather Green just put a comment. She said, "Mushrooms are very helpful for bad headaches."
Well, yeah, certain kinds of mushrooms, not like psilocybin mushrooms, where you're like, this is how the English language is invented. So saith the 35th Lord of Bathos. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, my end. It's no secret. It's on my public information as far as music and all that goes. Like I'm an outspoken advocate of antidepressants when they're needed. Now, when people are like, well, all these kids were shooting up these places because of antidepressants and stuff. No, they're shooting places up because, for one, they have questionable access to weapons. They went off of their meds. Some of them were being abused and other things were happening. But 9 times out of 10, the kids that were on antidepressants, they went off them.
In America, for some reason, there's always an exception. Like, well, in America, it's because of drugs. But, I went to Europe. And I met people who were on antidepressants. And I found out that in Europe, there's plenty of people who are on antidepressants and they're not shooting up people. So it's not really the medicine. It's something else.
Well, it's a combination of things. It's parenting and going off of the medicine abruptly. If you've been on that kind of medicine, you abruptly go off of it. By day 3, you're not really in your right mind. you should never be going off of that medicine for that long. I mean, it even says that on the bottle. So, I mean, you know, a lot of these kids weren't supervised. A lot of them should have been supervised as adults. And, you know, I think that while I've heard the healthcare argument for Europe being better by a lot of Europe, you know, Europhiles in America, a lot of Europe hipsters, you know, the kind of people that think Paris is a nice place to go still.
Right.
The kind of people who think they can walk around like they're going to the club in America in Paris at 3 a.m. and it'll be all just fine. You'll give hugs to the migrants. Those kind of people, they argue that the healthcare is better in Europe. I think the treatment's better in Europe, but I know from just my own research and everything in education that it's all subsidized off American research. But it feels like they do more with it over there. And I would argue that from my time spent in music, that Europe has a more tolerated and worse drug problem than America.
I didn't know
it's
that.
Just for some it's just for some reason they're not going out and shooting people.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily drugs. It's not just that. I would say something. I don't think were the Columbine killers, were they taking any sort of drugs? I don't remember.
I believe that they were doing heroin, but I could be wrong.
Okay. And what about the Christchurch shooter? Was he doing drugs? I don't think so.
Don't remember, but from the look of that guy, he didn't need to be someone who needed drugs to have that push over the edge.
True. Well,
I could only watch the opening of that video, and you just see the guy's eyes, and he's just gone.
Oh, Well, the Columbine shooters, you see the same thing. There's like demons, man, in their eyes. You see them, their eyes. They're just satanic. It's satanic.
Yeah.
There was a.
They all look like Rasputin and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there was the worst shooter in Australia's history. What was his name? Martin something. I don't remember his last name. He killed 35 people. I think this was back in the early 2000s or something like that. It was Australia's worst mass shooting, and that guy's eyes, straight up demon.
Is there so? Yeah, I see. I find it's kind of funny because your dad, and a few other people are the only people that I really know of that could take like a still photo or a video and just point out like, yeah, that guy right there.
Oh yeah. We do that all the time. We do that all the time.
I mean, it's like a Friday night activity. Like, all right, I got this list of videos. Let's go.
Let's watch them and tell me what you think about these people. Absolutely.
Oh man.
So yes, let's talk about active rock. How come there's no good
active rock?
How come there's not a lot of good bands that come out now? Like, there were great bands that came out in the. I keep saying this. It sounds so redundant. Early 2000s. I keep saying that. Oh my god. I sound like a boomer. Like back in the back in the 70s or
back in the day, bro.
Back in the day.
Either that or you're like bands. Carl from Aqua Teen.
Well,
like I still got the tickets on my wall.
Yeah. It just seems like today the active rock music is too fluid. It sounds too like a well-oiled machine.
Right. So to music purists, it's going to sound overproduced. The lyrics are going to be like all like fight lyrics, like lyrics that are. It's like about a conflict or like something that would like make you feel all pumped about being a mindless killing machine in the army.
Yeah,
for example, Five Finger Death Punch, bought and paid for by the U.S. military. I can honestly say that. When War Is the Answer, when the second album came out, they had almost no American shows for a really long time. They were flying from military base to military base. The video for Bad Company is them getting flown around Iraq, playing on base. Yeah, so why there are no good active rock bands right now? I personally would blame it on inflation. Our currency versus the currency that in the exchange rate with the rest of the world, the state of panic and war that people are kind of prepped for in other countries. I mean, I know that a lot pre-COVID and even pre-Ukraine war, even pre-Crimea, it was a lot easier to get bands here from other countries.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Now there's a lot of passport stamps to juggle. For example, if an American band wanted to go play Russia and Ukraine the same year, this is pre-war, you'd have to do Ukraine last. You could not come into Russia with the Ukrainian stamp, or they would detain the band and interrogate them for spying even.
Right. Okay.
So I think that in like the late 90s, obviously the early 90s, alternative rock had a lot of money pumped into it. The Soviet Union just collapsed. There was a huge, money pump and dump going on. I really think it just boils down to money. I mean, the early 2000s was kind of the end of music television, and the end of MTV, the end of VH1 and Fuse and all that really playing a reliable rotation of music videos, and let alone new music. I really think it has a lot to do with that. And the other thing is that so many things have been done already that without repackaging and regurgitating it, there's not much that's going to rise to the top. Like, you'll never have, I don't even like Metallica really. You'll never have another Metallica. I hate AC/DC, but you'll never have a band like them because they played such simple stuff and then took that song to publishing. That anybody else to play those kind of simplistic riffs after them would just look like they're ripping AC/DC.
They're like Korn. Like, you have these bands that come out and they're like, they copy Korn, but you're like, they're just copying Korn. They're not really doing
So
anything. They're not bringing it above anything. They're just copying. Like that band. There was a band from Russia you told me about. They're basically just Korn. It's like, that's just Korn, but but nowhere near as creative.
Right, but for them, what they're doing works for them because, I mean, even pre-war, Korn's not playing Russia that much. There's not enough money.
True. Okay, that's true. Yeah. What do you?
But on a global industry creative scale, no, man, they literally. I mean, I guarantee that band set out and were like, this is what we're going to sound like, and this works.
What's your opinion on the phenomena of genre-less music? There's this phenomenon I've heard about where you have guys like Post Malone and all that. They're singing kind of hip hop, kind of mumble rap, kind of rock and roll, kind of grungy, all at the same time. What is this the future?
To me, that's just pop music. Like, to me, Post Malone and Machine Gun Kelly are pop music. No, I'm here.
Right when I wanted to get the answer for this question, it starts breaking up. Dang it.
I'm here, Ted. I'm on Wi-Fi, so how about now? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I can hear you a little bit. You're kind of coming in.
Okay.
Coming in frames.
You were breaking up. So what was your answer? Could you repeat the answer again?
Where am I? No, just kidding. Oh God, what was the question again, Ted? Sorry. Oh no, why? But why? Now you're coming in frames. And I'm breaking up again. Ted dropped out. Fail.
Hello. Danny, I lost you, man. Let me get him back on. Hold on. I lost him. Hello, Salton Castle, Goots. Yeah, the internet got disconnected there. And Jimmy, when I asked you for evidence, like, hey, could you show me that COVID does not exist? You were like, could you prove that COVID does exist? Like, what the hell? What kind of? That's just a bad faith question. I have to say. I have to be honest with you there. because every major medical branch has been talking about COVID. CDC has been talking about COVID. All these different medical agencies all over the world have been talking about COVID. And so obviously I'm going to be like, yeah, COVID exists. I've met people who have gotten COVID, and then you're like, actually, it doesn't exist. It's like, well, could you prove it? Well, could you prove that it does? It's like, well, that's bad faith. Come on, give me a break. I just resent it to you, Danny. Anyway. Oh, there he is. He's back on.
I'm here.
So anyway, I asked you about the genreless phenomena, and then disconnected. So
yep.
The Post Malone.
Yeah, it showed you dropped out too. Those guys are pop music to me, man. They're just ripping off elements of things and not creating anything original.
Yeah, and I'm not too crazy about his music. I just don't see.
Me either.
Yeah, I just
got a friend who worked on that tour, and he said that guy, they just threw his socks and underwear away.
Who threw? Wait, what? Say that again.
Every friend who worked on the road crew for a Post Malone tour, and normally you're running to find laundromats all over the place. They just went out and bought this guy new stuff.
Oh, you're like, hold on, sorry, I'm getting distracted.
Okay.
Just say that one more time.
It came in frames again. I don't know if it's because of my crappy Wi-Fi. So I had a friend who worked on the Post Malone tour.
And what happened?
Normally people go do all of the artist's laundry, the road crew. They just threw his stuff away and went and bought him new stuff without even telling him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not too crazy about his smell, apparently.
Too crazy about his music. I'm not too crazy about his music. It just sounds weird, and I just not too crazy about it.
To me, it's music for druggies, dude. To be honest, man, it's music for junkies.
It sounds like people who smoke weed or something.
More than that, it's like people who drink cough syrup.
Yeah.
Serious, man. It's a real.
They overdose on Advil or something.
It's a real thing out there, man. They call it drinking lean. It's like promethazine cough syrup mixed with alcohol. Yeah, they're nuts. People, they die off it all the time. That's who they're making that music for. Anytime they're talking about purple drink, or you see them with 2 styrofoam cups, they're drinking drugs. That's what I think about that crap. And I think Machine Gun Kelly has to rely on pop music because he got obliterated in hip hop and they had to move him over there.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily think it's like genreless. It's like they move these guys around genres a whole bunch. You know, sometimes they have planned out.
Like what's that guy name? What's that guy's name? Machine Gun Killer. He was like doing rap. Now he's doing rock.
Yeah, and it's moved from rock to pop now.
Yeah. Jimmy, your claim that the CDC admitted that COVID is false, that claim is proven to be nonsense. And the source for this is some article called The Light. So I'm not seeing anything reputable coming for your claim at all. So yeah, I would like to see some evidence that COVID doesn't exist. I'm not seeing anything here. I've actually met people who got COVID. I know a guy who's a veterinarian. He's a professional animal doctor. He's been doing this for decades. And he told me, I got COVID. He's like, that shit sucks. It's awful. I felt like he told me it was so bad that he shaved his face so that he says he was preparing for an open casket funeral. So he wanted to look somewhat decent for his funeral. That's what he was telling me. And he was already telling his wife, like, listen, I'm going to, like, this is it. He told me this shit is nasty, but I guess he's a liar too, or whatever. I don't know.
I don't mean to laugh, but it's just like, I'm just preparing for my funeral here. Well, I lived a good life. Rusty's gonna die how Rusty lived.
Well, Yeah, I want to look good when I'm dead. You know,
It's like dysentery back in like
I want to look somewhat
dysentery during the Civil War.
What? Elaborate more on
Like,
that.
it's like, it's like you just, all of a sudden you got a BM you can't control, and you're like, oh, I better get my affairs in order.
True. Yeah, that's a dark part of life, man. Is dying. It's a very dark part of life.
Now we got bananas and Sprite. So
is that a reference to something?
Maybe it's a reference to diarrhea, but maybe that's the cure for COVID. Just bananas and Sprite, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm no virologist, but shouldn't you get very, very sick if you got, let's say, hypothetically, 2 flu vaccines? Shouldn't you just become deathly ill if you got 2 of them at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
Jimmy's just throwing some bad faith arguments at me now. He's like, well, if you smoke, you feel. It's like, yeah, sure, okay. He knows more than the vet. I guess the vet was just. I guess all these people were just duped. They're all lied to. All the doctors are in on it. All the doctors who say you have COVID, they're all in on it. They're all liars. Everyone's a liar now. I guess Jimmy must be like a beacon of genius. I don't know. One of the reasons why I don't like discussing these things with a lot of people is because they just
they get emotional about it.
Like, no, you just tell them like this is why it's bullshit, and then they're like they'll shift the conversation to something else. I don't know. They don't really.
You remember that one thing?
Remember that one thing? Yeah. You know what's
yeah,
weird?
We all remember.
Speaking of Post Malone, that guy did a YouTube video, a music video that has 1,400,000,000 views. I couldn't believe.
Is that stupid? Is it that dumb Rockstar song?
I don't remember the name of the song, but I just saw the view count, and it was like 1,400,000,000 views. It was ridiculous.
That should let you know that it's just contrived contentless garbage based on that amount of views, because I've been around enough songwriters, and speaking of active rock songwriters and producers, where the more accessible the lyrics are, the more people will like it. So the more dumbed down it is, the more people will like it.
Yeah, he made a song called White Iverson, and that song got him famous. And it's just like there's nothing special about it whatsoever. I don't see how a song like that gets you famous.
It doesn't. It was all the cats they were sacrificing in the graveyard that full moon.
I don't know. He yeah. He made a song. It was like so I looked up Nickelback, How You Remind Me, and that song has 500 million views. But again, that's right. 500 million views in a matter of like 12 years.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like this song's been here for a few years, and it's 1,400,000,000 views. Like, damn.
I wouldn't be surprised if his record label was paying for a video counter, because that's a hidden tactic in the music industry to pad your views and pad your stats.
How do you do that?
There's like a third-party software that's a bot that just keeps watching the video from beginning to end over and over and over.
You think it could be artificial?
At least some of that is pumped, yeah. Because what they'll do is when the single first comes out, they'll pump a few million views so that other people are like, oh my God, this is going to be the next top 40 song. I have to listen to this or I won't be accepted.
Right. There was I looked a little bit into the history of this Post Malone guy, and they said that he came up with his first like major hit called White Iverson. And he said that the day that song came out, he had a friend who was a big producer or something, and that guy tweeted it. And then like Wiz Khalifa, like all these different guys started picking it up, and it spread. He got 1 million views in 1 month. Now, 1 million views in 1 month sounds organic.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 100% organic.
Yeah, but now it's like hundreds of millions in views in a matter of 5 years. It's like
some of those are bots, man. It's like part of the reason why Elon Musk made a bid on Twitter is to get a closer look at their books to see how many bots they had.
Yeah.
And yeah, whatever. Betraying trade secrets here, but yeah, I mean, a lot of things are patented with automated software these days. I mean, they even have artificial intelligence, very, very primitive, but it can profile a music demographic for an artist.
Right. What I don't understand
I
is
mean,
that you have bands. Yeah, go ahead.
You just automate Google Analytics features and just fit a bot template into that. I mean, I don't know how to do any of that crap, but it's not rocket science.
Hmm.
I mean, there are people that have jobs doing these things.
What I don't understand is that you have songs that are done very well and have a lot of creativity, and they get almost nothing. Like, for example, if you look at not almost nothing, but they get nowhere near as much as like Post Malone would get. Like, for example, Seether came up with their new album last year, and I think it was a pretty decent album. It's like there were some really good songs that they came up with in 2021, 2020, and they get like 400,000 views, 1 million views, something like that. But
Uh-oh, am I framing again?
is our music taste declining? Or is it just bots? Is the question that I have.
It's both. I think it's both. I think the bots definitely have an influence on it, but I mean, the bots aren't going to be responsible for like billions of views or anything like that. And bots aren't going to go out and buy the record. So it's not all bots, but I do really think that the music and arts is being regurgitated so bad that it's being dumbed down. Oh boy.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, sorry. My question was, my question was, when you see a really good music by a band like Seether and it gets 1 million views or 400,000 views or something like that, is it because our musical tastes are just changing dramatically with the Zoomers, or is it just bots?
Combination. I'd say bots account for maybe 0.1% of it, really. But the real thing is that musical tastes are changing with the Zoomers. They like a lot of horrible music, and it's not just that subjective thing where each generation thinks the new music coming out is terrible. It really is terrible. And I think it's like, yeah, to me, we're at that point with like the NFT thing. NFTs and regurgitated music. We're at that that cannibalized level of culture where everything just completely implodes in on itself like the Roman Empire.
I just don't understand this NFT. What the hell is NFT? Like, that makes no sense. What is
It's a
this?
one-time, as far as I understand it, it's a unique piece of digital art that's a one-time generated token that's tied to a value, essentially a valueless crypto coin tied to the Ethereum market, and you set the value on it when you want to sell it. It only exists digitally. It literally.
You can't print it out.
I mean, you can, but it's not the original.
Right. Okay. But I've heard people.
So an NFT is basically like the master. Like an NFT is basically like the master of a record, the master copy.
Do you know what's weird is vinyl is kind of a trend.
Yeah, vinyl's been a huge trend in rock and heavy metal for about the past 2.5 years. I actually started getting a lot of my underground bands that were metal and stuff back on cassette tapes.
Uh-huh.
They sold a ton of cassette tapes because their particular brand of metal appealed to the blue collar Midwest, where a lot of people aren't just exactly gutting their tape deck for a Bluetooth stereo, or can't necessarily afford to, but a $8 tape they're glad to go out and buy. I think it's a combination of things, though. The bands that suck, that are, and the artists that suck, that are getting really big and getting those millions of views right now. They have some of the labels that they're on are owned by hedge funds that have tons of money to pump into publicists and marketing and radio.
Yeah. I just don't understand. Like, I think Post Malone does have talent. I'm not saying he has no talent, but I just don't see anything like that unique about his music.
He's an entertainer, not an artist.
Right. I'm trying. There was a question I wanted to ask you. Yes, NFTs. How in the hell are people making millions off of those things? It just doesn't
because they have a perceived value.
Okay.
They have a perceived hyperinflated value right now.
Have you ever seen that movie with Eddie Murphy? It's was like Beverly Hills Cop or something.
Oh yeah, of course.
And there's a scene where he walks into that room. And there's like a murdered, like an artistic display of a murdered family or something.
Yep.
And Eddie Murphy's like, "How much is this worth?" And this gay guy comes out. And he's like, 10 million. 10 million? Get the fuck out of here! You get the fuck! You get the fuck! That's what I'm feeling right now.
Yeah. That's that. If you want a really good cohesive explanation on the whole NFT thing and the hyper valued pump and dump conspiracy behind it, there's a channel called Upper Echelon Games, and it would be the Bored Ape NFT conspiracy.
There's a conspiracy?
Yeah, they're basically trolling people with this Bored Ape thing, and it's being pumped and dumped and hyper valued and shared all over the place by these profiles that are Bored Ape NFTs, but they use like an ape skull on it that just so happens to be the skull that's from that's missing the crossbones from the death's head of the SA.
That is weird. Very weird.
Yep. And all of the names of the profiles, social media accounts, and everything that are involved with sharing the Bored Ape stuff have things that harken to, Hitler's initials, 88, all that stuff. Weird.
That's so strange.
Right. So it'd be funny if, someday the Bored Ape Yacht Club was outed as a money laundering thing for upscale neo-Nazis.
Nothing really surprises me anymore at all.
Well, I mean, fine art is essentially a money laundering scam.
I've never really researched this, so I can't really elaborate on that. I'm not that educated on the art business.
A lot of dealings can be kept private, sales can be kept private, taxes avoided, evaded. You can say that you spent $10 million on a painting and sell it for legal money for a check.
I see. Why do you think vinyl is reviving? Why do you think that is?
Honestly, I think it's just kind of a retro trend. I think it started as a retro trend, and then when people figured out that there are some aspects of the music, depending on if you have a good stereo system, that make it, some parts of it sound better than the CD.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that it sounds better than like an MP3?
Depends on the genre. I think for like hip hop and older like classic rock, and some active rock, it sounds great. But with the way that newer music is overproduced, I really don't think that there's much of a difference when it comes to vinyl and CD.
Right. So if I got, let's say, Evanescence on vinyl, would that sound better?
I don't think so. I don't think it would sound different, but the cool thing about vinyl is that usually there's either an extra record or another side to to the vinyl that you can play the instrumentals on.
Gotcha. You know what would suck is if like the grid goes down and all MP3s die, and then we're all stuck.
Yeah,
with
there goes
what?
your NFTs. There goes your NFTs. There goes your MP3s. Yeah, it's
no. What's that? SoundCloud. What's it called? That place where people put their music in.
Every rapper will be out of the game if SoundCloud goes down. I can't even tell you how many times. There probably would be it would be like that movie Equilibrium, where there'd be like a war over all of the art.
Oh, did you ever see that film, The Book of Eli?
Yes, I loved that movie.
I love that film. But there's a scene where the lady puts a record on and she's playing that song, Beat, Pull My Whatever, like that old shit song from like, what is it, the 80s or 90s? What's the name of that song? But
are you talking about the cannibal lady?
The cannibals, yeah, and they start playing some vinyl records like "Ring My Bell, Ring." I'm thinking like that's how like the apocalypse is gonna look like. We'll be playing
with
vinyl.
People's hands shaking from consuming too much from encephalitis and too much human flesh.
Oh yeah. The people will be getting Kuru virus.
Oh man,
Kuru, by the way, is a brain virus that affects people who only eat human flesh. It can only be consumed through cannibalism.
I think that was the theory of why Cro-Magnon and cave Neanderthals are extinct, is because of that.
They were just eating each other.
Yeah, they were like eating Homo sapiens. I don't know if Neanderthals or Cro-Magnon did ever exist. Totally off topic, but my opinion is that that would be evidence of like the mark of Cain.
I think the Neanderthals were human. I think they were just really big, or maybe they had like their own unique skull shape. I think they were humans. But maybe you're
doesn't it say that Cain's countenance fell?
I think
when Cain killed Abel, it says Cain's countenance fell. Well, the countenance is your face, so if it's, maybe Neanderthals had a sloping face.
Maybe the Neanderthals were just Cainites that got wiped out.
Right. Yeah,
maybe they were just cannibals. I don't know.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if Kuru or encephalitis could generational Kuru encephalitis infection could affect skull shape.
I don't know. You know that they thought that Kuru used to exist pretty much in I think it was in Papua New Guinea, and then missionaries came along and said, "Hey, stop eating each other," and they stopped, and then Kuru disappeared. There was no more Kuru once cannibalism stopped. So they concluded that it comes from cannibalism. Then, after so many decades of this virus not existing, all of a sudden it popped up in Syria because rebels were literally eating humans. Nobody talks about that, but that was the fact. There was cannibalism in Syria. They were eating civilians, is what it was. Pretty horrific.
Have you ever seen District 9?
Yeah. Is that the film where they go into the crazy house?
Nope. District 9's the aliens all of a sudden that get stuck in South Africa.
I haven't seen it. Is it good?
Yeah, I like it a lot. It's basically kind of a huge metaphorical expose on the apartheid state of South Africa, but with actual extraterrestrials as refugees. But there's like a voodoo warlord in that movie who he thinks that if he eats the aliens' flesh, it'll give him the power to use their weapons. And that's just what it reminds me of, because there's one scene he's just like, there's this one scene where he's like, "I want that arm. Give me that arm." It's like pointing at this guy's arm with a machete, and this guy's in a wheelchair. And he's like, "Give me that arm. I want the arm." I can just imagine that in Syria. "Give me the arm, my brother. Give it to me."
There was a video that came out. I remember it went viral when the Civil War was still like first beginning, and there was a video showing a guy tearing out, I think it was the kidney of a Syrian soldier, and then he puts it in his mouth and takes a bite out of it. And I was like, I can't believe what I'm watching here. Cannibalism.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's some Montezuma shit, just thousands of miles away.
I put that video up on the internet, and it went viral. I remember, spread everywhere. Believe it or not, the guy who gave me the video was a Syrian dude who sent it to me. Yeah, he sent it to me, some random Syrian guy, and he's like, "Watch this video." So I watched it. It was like 3 a.m. when I watched it, and I said, "This has got to be posted. People need to know about this shit." So but I wanted to put subtitles in it because I don't understand Arabic. My dad was sleeping, so I waited till the next day, and then I checked the internet to see if anybody else picked up on it, and nobody picked up on this video. So I went to my dad and I said, "Dad, translate this video for me." So my dad watched it and he said, "How did you find this?" And I told him, I said, "Some random Syrian dude sent it to me." He was like one of those anonymous guys who sent it to me. And
was it supposed to be ISIS or FSA?
I think this guy was al-Nusra. This was before ISIS really became mainstream. And this was back in like 2012, 2013, I think. And my dad told me, he said, "The guy who sent it to you was most likely Syrian intelligence." I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." He says, they know that you're at that time, our website, and I've told you this a million times, we were getting hundreds of thousands of views, sometimes millions of views. Cause so people knew like, this is a website. They knew like, this is a website that's posting stuff about this. They're exposing the Syrian revolution. They're kind of pro Assad here. Like, let's give the video to this guy and he'll get it viral kind of thing. So my dad told me, he's like, "You don't think Syrian intelligence knows like these are the websites in America that are exposing the revolution? Like they know where to send these videos to." So because like the guy who sent it to me was random, like he had no profile pic, he had some randomized name that didn't make any. I forgot what it was. It was like Bill Smith or something. Like it was just obviously fake name. But the way he wrote to
"Hello,
me,
my brother. I am Bob Baker. I have American passport."
You do the accent pretty well, but this guy was the way he wrote. Obviously, English was not his first language, and I think he said something like, "Please watch this" or something like that. Like, "Watch this." It's very simple, and I just clicked on it, and it was some kind of the link was to some kind of Arabic website. I think it was some Arab website that was exposing this sort of thing. So I'm assuming whoever sent it to me had to have been Middle Eastern.
There used to be a website. I don't know if it was an intelligence dump, but it used to be called ogrish.com.
Uh-huh.
And this is back when like YouTube first came out. And yeah, I mean like Al Qaeda were and God, who was that guy? Zarqawi. They were using it. They're using that as like a message board to post videos. The United States military started posting videos back though. That was back when, that was back when the military could, back in the day when the military was going platinum in Iraq and they could post a video of an A-10 just wiping out a guy with a whole platoon of terrorists with an autocannon and, helmets flying 10 feet in the air. And it was like, oh yeah, freedom fries.
It's an information war.
Psychological
operation.
It was just haunting though, watching some of the first videos I saw in there that Al Qaeda had dumped on there, because I mean there were HD videos and they're like 10 feet away from these Marines and they're hiding behind the wall as these Marines are walking through, and to see up close on film like an actual IED attack, not in a movie, it was bananas. Like the explosion plume goes so high up in the air, like it almost has a mushroom cloud to it even. Yeah, it was disgusting. You could see there was nothing left, you could body parts falling and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. But there was a weird time on the internet in those days. The internet has changed so much. I don't know if you've noticed this, but like
I have. It used to be, the time I'm speaking of, it was a gladiator arena. It was
like the Wild West.
Yeah. I mean, nothing. No rules really. No. There was no censorship.
There was nothing. But I mean, I remember when I was in high school, I was obsessed with Mormonism for a while. Like obsessed. I was reading all about the history of Mormonism. I was reading like their scriptures. Like I was obsessed with the whole thing. So when I was in high school, I had to I had to go to computer class. There was this computer class that I had to attend where they taught you like how to do what do you call it? How to do
Coding.
what's that PowerPoint presentation. Like they taught you how to do PowerPoint presentations, and basically it was PowerPoint presentations is what they would teach you. So I would be sitting there and the class was an hour and a half every other day. So I would sit there on the computer for an hour and a half every other day. I was reading. I'm playing a little bit of Tetris here. I was reading. It helps me think as I'm talking. I was reading all this Mormon stuff, like tons of Mormon stuff. And
I don't need to hear no more false gospel from your demon Maroney no more, Failer. Take your white buttoned up shirt and your little name tag and get going.
I was obsessed with it, and I was obsessed with arguing with Mormons. Like I wanted to argue with them. I wanted to debate them. I wanted to do all that stuff. Not like in a malicious way, but sort of like in a fun way. And
Right.
And it was so easy to find material. I remember just looking up stuff at the high school computer room and finding, like, if I want to look for a book, Googled it, found the book. If I wanted to find a PDF file for a book, looked it up, found the book. Like it was so easy. Nowadays,
It's like trying to find a bookstore in Hollywood that sells L. Ron Hubbard books, and which the joke of that is that there's like 2 per block.
I didn't know that. When I was nowadays, when I'm trying to find a book, a PDF of anything, it's like got to pay money, and then every search result ends with an edu, blah blah, www. whatever edu, education or university of whatever, and you click on it, and it's like you want to read the whole thing, got to pay money. And I'm thinking like, no one's reading this shit. So how the hell are you making any money off of this? No one's reading this.
I believe the so-called net neutrality bill is what made this legally possible for the internet to be able to be charged almost bit for bit.
Everything. It used to be so easy. I would find books like that, old books that no one reads anymore. I would find it in a heartbeat. Now, what really pisses me off now is double quotes doesn't work anymore. Like if I want to do an exact search, right? I would just, for decades, I would just go on Google, exact search it, put it between quotes, and every result would have what I'm looking for. Like, for example, I was looking for anti-Christian songs sung in the Soviet Union, because I know they existed. Well,
for sure.
And I would look them up, and I would get like top 10 songs loved by Vladimir Lenin. What was Lenin's favorite song? The Russian national anthem. Like, I'm not searching for any of this shit. Or like, for example, I was looking for like Charlie Manson conspiracy theories, right? That's kind of a new thing nowadays. It's like Charlie Manson was innocent. So I'm trying to see if like, was Charlie Manson innocent or whatever. And like every post is about why Charlie Manson was innocent. And it's almost all of it is pro Charlie Manson. Like, okay, where's the data that proves that he was guilty? Where is it? It's like and what I found out was Google results are not based on what you're actually searching. It's based on kind of a vague idea of what you're searching, and all of the results are dependent on who's paying Google enough money to have their website get to the top.
Yes, that is true.
Money scheme, the whole thing's a giant money scheme, and the internet sucks. Google.
The internet is now payola, just like active rock radio, my friend.
Yeah. Oh, I hate it. Like, if you Google something, you get the opposite of what you were searching for. The opposite of what you were searching for. You don't even get what you were seurching for. So retarded.
It is pretty bad.
Okay, I'll look up like how to kill a mouse, or not how to kill a mouse, but like how like do mice eat onions? And they'll be like, favorite food, top 10 foods for your pet rat. Everything is like a bot search, dude. Everything is, and fora. I remember the days when you would look up stuff. Oh yeah, and here's another thing. You'll be looking up stuff, and like one of the top search results is some freaking Quora article, like Quora question. Like somebody on Quora is asking it. You're getting a bunch of people's opinions.
Right,
This is not what I searched for.
Which tells me a couple things: censorship and a search engine starting to be driven by popular opinion. Truth is no longer objective. That to me is a digital version of New Age Luciferianism, where there's no absolution.
It just drives me crazy. I'm trying to remember. There was something else that I was trying to search for that I couldn't find. That was so easy to find at one point. I'm trying to remember what it was. It used to be so easy to find like
music videos.
Well, not just music videos. Man, I'm trying to remember what it was. I don't remember what it was. There was something that was so easy for me to find. I can't remember what
Burdock recipes.
I wish. No, I don't remember. Man, I'm really sucking at Tetris right now.
What if Larper Burdock was the beer that could prematurely end World War III in the North American region?
We would need to grow it everywhere. Every backyard would be mandated to grow Every backyard would be mandated to grow burdock, and then they would be saying it's a conspiracy. How dare you force me to grow this damn weed? Where's my Kentucky bluegrass? Where's my St.
Augustine grass? Oh my gosh. Where's my San Fernando Valley lemon kush?
Where's
my psilocybin patch? Where's my witch garden?
Where's the I'm trying to remember what it was that I used to find it so easily. Like I remember I used to look up like like stuff on Nazism in Ukraine. It used to be so easy to find that kind of shit. Now it's like you type it in and the first results that come up are what? Refuting Russia's assertion that Ukraine has a Nazi problem. All of a sudden Ukraine doesn't have a Nazi problem anymore.
Oh, and the information war on that, when Ukrainians are killing Russian soldiers, they're posting like the generals that are died, and they're saying that the so-and-so general was denazified.
Or if you type in, is Russia winning? And every single post is about like why Russia's really losing. Everything.
Yeah, which if they're really losing, why are we literally stepping up everything short of sending our own people there?
Yep. If Ukraine is really losing the war, how come they're begging for American help?
You mean Russia?
No, if Ukraine
Freudian slip
that was a Freudian slip there. If Russia is really losing, and Ukraine is winning, how come Zelensky is begging for help all the time?
Well, and not only that, they already have the perfect plausible deniability set up in Ukraine with the government, with Azov, because Azov can just form a splinter cell at any point in time and start firing rockets over the Russian border, and Zelensky can just claim deniability.
True, yeah.
That's the really scary part.
You can just deny it, yep.
Well, I mean, they could even have Azov posing as civilians.
Yep. That's another concern. Like this whole thing, like they say, oh, like Russia killed all these civilians in Bucha or whatever. But then you hear these accounts about these Nazis walking around, and there's a video that they actually posted, and they admitted to posting this, saying if they don't have white, one Nazi tells the other one, if they don't have white armbands, or if they have white armbands, can we kill them? And the other guy says, hell yes, you can. And anybody who has a white armband was pro-Russia. That's why he says, yeah, you can shoot them.
Yep.
Oh, I missed that.
And then something about referring to them as animals and dogs.
That I don't remember. They call Russians orcs. That's what they call them, as a reference to the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, Tolkien might have had some stealth racism going on in that whole story.
Do you think the Lord of the Rings? Have you ever read the Lord of the Rings?
Yes, I have.
What's your opinion on this story? Is it just a good, nice book, or is there something sinister about it?
It's like a pro-Aryan, like Anglo-Saxon book, and there's no Africans or African Americans or anybody that's not of European descent And let's see, the most powerful nations are blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and they're the gods of that pantheon of that story's chosen people, and they're racist against everybody, that even their allies. And let's see, all the lands to the east are filled with bad people and bad things in this all-seeing eye.
Yeah,
I'd say it's pretty. And anybody in that world, that story universe, who has like black hair. Anyone with black hair is usually referred to as whatever their race is in that book, but like black Numenorian or black, and it's just everything's bad. So anybody who has any kind of Eastern European description, automatically bad.
Gotcha. Yeah. The movies
and
were
the
okay.
Holy Land in that is always to the west.
Oh, I didn't know. I never read the books. I never really researched them seriously. Anyway, there's 20.
I'm glad that
they're apparently finding this conversation interesting.
Oh, yeah. I found by the end of the Lord of the Rings movies, I was really glad that Frodo agreed to go to treatment in the West and end his battle with addiction.
Which I don't understand. Was that? I don't get the joke.
Any of the guys that were after the ring, they behaved like drug addicts.
Oh yeah. Like Gollum was basically like a meth head.
Yes, he was.
Now, why does the ring intoxicate them so much? Like, what is so special about it? They never really explained it, or maybe I wasn't paying attention.
It has a part of the main villain's life force poured into it.
Oh, I see.
So it's able to speak to their it's able to tempt them, basically like Satan.
Sounds like witchcraft, like some voodoo stuff.
Yeah, basically.
Like voodoo. Sounds like I put the object, a little bit of my soul is in the doll.
Yeah, right. Wear this necklace, my brother. My soul is in the beads.
Somebody has something. Hold on. Somebody wants me to tell you something. Hold on. It's probably something sarcastic.
I surely hope so.
He says, also remind him that the name Slavs use for original sins is literally sin of the East.
Wow.
Okay. Interesting.
It also comes from the Germanic derogatory term of everybody that was shorter stature and to the East as a slave.
Yeah. I don't know. Inquisitor
so for people,
up, bro. I don't know what that means.
He wants me to get on the camera, and I don't really feel like it.
Oh, I see. Well, we respect Danny's decision here. Okay, I'm not trying to force anybody to show their face unless they are assholes. Then I'll tell them to show their face.
All of a sudden, you ask that one kid what his last name is, and he's like, Jafar.
Who?
Oh, the guy who said Civil War would be a solid thing to go through. I was thinking about that earlier. It's like, what's your last name anyway, Jafar? Oh, God.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean there.
There was a UFC fighter in Rochester, Minnesota that I saw in a bill a couple weeks ago, actually, and his name was Josh Jaguar. And I saw it from far away at first, and I was like, no way. But it wasn't him.
Who's Ross Jaguar?
Some local UFC douche.
One time I talked to Gary Sinise. I don't know if I ever told anybody on this stream that, but one time I actually spoke to Gary Sinise on the phone. The guy who played Lieutenant Dan. I spoke to him one time because he wanted to meet my dad. He bought a bunch of books for my dad.
Wow.
Yeah, years ago. And my dad met with him and everything. And then my dad called me up, and my dad's like, yeah, I'm having dinner. I'm like, with who? Like, with Gary Sinise. And I was like, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah. So I was like, dude, I want to talk to Gary Sinise because I love Forrest Gump. So he's like, okay, here's the Gary. And Gary's like, hey, how you doing, man? And he sounded just like Lieutenant Dan. And I was like, and the first thing I tell him, I said, how did they make the scene where you in a wheelchair so realistic? And he's like, well, they put me on the green screen, and they had me on the wheelchair like that. and it was computer generated imagery. They make you think that I had no leg. It's how they do it, man. And I was like,
Oh gosh.
I was like, that scene where you're on the ship, right? I was like, that ship. And he's like, by the way, Ted, I bought you a DVD of Forrest Gump that it has the making of the movie, and it'll tell you everything how the film was made. And I was like, oh, awesome. And I was like, that scene where you're on the boat and you tell Forrest Gump, thank you for saving my life, and you jump into the water. I'm like, how did they do that scene? And he's like, well, you put me up on the green. It's all going to be on the DVD. You'll watch it. I'm like, okay, thanks, man. That was my conversation.
It's all on the green screen, and it's all on the DVD.
That's what he told me. It's like, it's all going to be on the green screen.
And then, like, 5 years from now, he's going to come out with a movie where he's like, you know, a former PLO terrorist arriving in America. And you and your dad are going to be like, what? What the actual hell?
Gary Sinise, he is like supposedly really conservative in real life. Supposedly, he's like, not like, I wouldn't say he's like Christian conservative. I would say he's more of like a patriot type conservative. He's like, hoorah!
That's solid.
I think he's a decent guy in real life. But we all remember Gary Sinise for that one film. We don't really remember him for Mice and Men or any other film that he ever played in.
No.
Didn't he
I
play
can remember him in my... Yes, he did. He was a total nutcase creep in that movie, and he was funny, though.
Yeah, but I got a chance to talk to him. That's pretty much it. That's my experience. Oh, and I did talk... there was a time where I... see, when I was in junior high, high school and all that, I listened to a lot of different rock and roll music. I listened to a little bit of Korn. I listened to a lot of Linkin Park. I listened to a lot of POD, and Three Doors Down and Nickelback and all that shit. I listened to Creed. When I got out of high school, I started listening to Creed a little bit, but like Nickelback, Cedar, and Three Doors Down, those were my that was my jam. And POD. And then when I got out of high school, well, after like 2010, I started getting like really hard into monastic music, very much into monastic music, deep into monastic music. And I started listening to almost nothing but like old monastic music. And this was back in like 2013. Hardcore listening to just nothing but like monastic music, Baroque music, classical stuff. And I thought all that rock and roll stuff is like, all that music is garbage or whatever. And I like deleted a shit ton of my music. So then I started getting like when I had all those weird experiences in the Catholic Church, like, you know, like weird predator priests were preying on me and all that. I was like, you know what, I'm going back to old music. And I kind of regret, like, I did a video years ago. I was kind of like bashing that music. I don't know if you remember, but I was like bashing that music, and I was like, and I played this song by, not by Korn, but I played it by Love and Death. And
yeah, I do recall.
And that music is questionable. I will say it's questionable.
I find Love and Death's music to be more dark than Korn. At least Korn is up front with it. Not that that's any kind of argument to make, but Love and Death is just so dark and ambiguous that it's it would fool a baby. It would fool a baby Christian.
Yeah,
it would fool a baby Christian for sure.
That's the problem. But here's the thing: is when I did that video, I posted, here's a song by this Christian metal band. Look, it's satanic, whatever. And then and
the explicitness of and the graphic content of like, this is supposed to be for like little teeny bopper Christians, but the guy's like snorting lines of clearly drugs in the videos and throwing up in the toilet.
The whole thing is very questionable.
Right.
Then I said, like, here's a real song. And I posted this song that was sung by this Italian guy named Marco Beasley, who does renditions of old songs from the Renaissance.
You cannot have the Beasley.
Yeah, and I remember writing Marco Beasley, and I was like, I really want to interview you. And this was the time when I was like getting lots of views. And And Marco Beasley was like, what will be the nature of the interview? And I said, well, I really want to talk about your music, like the religious nature of your music. And he says, I refuse to do this interview because I never want to talk about religion. And I don't like, he basically told me I don't give a shit about religion. Like, even though I'm making lots of money singing this music, I don't really care about religion. So, so I don't know. Like, people are like, oh, I remember some guy, said, Ted, I remember the days where you used to play Marco Beasley's music and now you're playing like this rock and roll stuff. And I said, yeah, I interviewed Beasley and he didn't want to talk about Christianity. So I don't really care about Marco Beasley anymore.
That literally sounds like a rock band I used to book in 2014 where I'm on the phone with their manager and their manager is like, oh, right, yeah, so we're going to market you as like a Christian band for the first album, and then, you know, on the second record, we'll switch it up, and we might even have like some edginess and some swearing in there. I mean, I could just imagine this guy with this. Yes, I just imagine this guy with like a giant cigar just in a leather, you know, chair on this phone call. Yeah, he really said that, and I was like, wow. I just said wow right on the phone. Nobody said anything about it.
That reminds me of Evanescence, because Evanescence first marketed itself as a Christian band. Like, explicitly, they were playing in churches, for crying out loud.
Same with POD.
Yeah, well, POD, I think, still markets itself as Christian, though. Or am I wrong?
They do, but they're really Rastafarian. So they're pagans.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But, like, Evanescence, if you ever watched their early concert, like really before they got famous, there's a video you can watch of them performing in Arkansas, where they were from, and the male member of the band, I forget his name, Moody or something Moody.
Ben Moody.
He says we're believers in Jesus, and every song that we sing is like our expression to God and all this stuff. And Amy Lee came out later on and said that whole Christian band thing was all Moody's idea. I never wanted to be a part of it. But literally the only reason why they did that was to enter the market somehow. Like, for some reason, it's more difficult to enter the secular market than it is the Christian market. Seems that way. And then there's a really good documentary you can watch of wait, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
I was just thinking. It's harder to break into the Christian market recording wise, but as far as touring and stuff like that, I can guarantee, like, what secular music shows don't have is that while they probably were allowed to charge for tickets and allowed to sell merch and all kinds of stuff, I can guarantee that a lot of people who are well off in money in those churches probably donated additional money with no monetary exchange to the band when they were starting out.
Gotcha. Well, there's a great documentary that you can watch. It's the best documentary I've ever seen on Evanescence and like the rise of that band. And the reason why I say it's the best is because it's the only documentary where they literally interview Amy Lee's dad, and he's like the main part of that documentary. He's just popping up all over that documentary, saying things that Amy Lee has never said. And he said, because Amy Lee's dad was a radio host.
Now it all makes sense.
Yeah, he was a radio host, and he basically, like, I think he helped Amy out in getting some like early gigs. And he said in the documentary that her first gigs were at churches, like youth groups and things like that. And he said he admits in this documentary that they kind of planned it out, that she would start out Christian because it was easier to get in there. And he even said that we would make the lyric somewhat Christian. Like, you can,
right.
He says, you can like make the lyrics vague to the point where it could be interpreted as Christian, but not necessarily. And he's admitting that they sort of planned it out. Like, we'll start out Christian, get you all these Christian gigs, and then get gigs. He didn't say like we did it so we could get into the secular market, but he said that we made the lyrics intentionally ambiguous so that we could get into those Christian events. So yeah.
Well, hands down, without even needing proof, I can say safely that her dad is an occultist.
How do you know? How do you prove it?
He's allowed to be involved in the creation of that project after it got full endorsement of the Hollywood elite.
You mean the documentary?
That and the lyrics of that record.
Oh, I see what you mean. But that's not really proof that like in the occult.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Well, the band. No, it's not proof of him personally, but we can say he's one person. We can say he's one person removed from the cult activity because she has the "as above, so below" symbols on all the records. It's the band's logo. They had a whole bunch of things having to do with the number 3 and witchcraft and the occult and all that all over that video for that new record.
You know what's weird is that symbol that's above whatever that is found in multiple different albums.
The "as above, so below."
Yeah, I found it in Korn. I found it in Evanescence. I'm trying to remember. There was another band you told me about. I think it was in what was that band that you worked with? I forget the name of it. It was
oh gosh, which one?
The big band that you worked with.
Nightwish, Dope, Head PE, Edema, Flaw, Crazy Town.
What was the one that was like every song kind of sounds the same? I forget the name of it. An active rock song. The singer is what's the word? He has like white hair.
Oh, Gemini Syndrome.
Gemini
Syndrome.
Yeah.
How could I forget those guys?
Yeah, they kind of use a similar imagery.
Yes, they do. They do.
Yeah, and there's a Greek band. Oh, I don't remember the name of it. What's the name of this band? It's a Greek band, and they have some very famous pieces of music. A Greek rock band, and they have an album, and it says in the album, "As above, so below."
Yep.
So it's very interesting how all this stuff works.
Yeah. So if you see on any of the statues of Satan / Baphomet, the goat demon, around America, or on the Baphomet tarot card, or any Baphomet related artwork, you see one of his arms is pointing up with the moon. The other arm is pointing down with the sun.
Yes, I've seen this. Yep.
Yep. So it's a reference to Baphomet, the "as above, so below." So that's them literally saying, that's them giving praise to their unholy dark father.
I think,
and they believe that this continual praise and sacrifice fuels their fame and stardom and money.
I think Amy Lee, I'm pretty certain I remember her saying that like every album that she has a spirit animal. Like every time she had an album, she had a certain spirit animal with her. Just weird things like that.
Yeah, right. So she's into spirituality and shamanism.
Well, the singer from the Seether, Sean Morgan, he there's a whole video and this is a guy who has expressed his hatred for God. He has made it very open throughout the year. Now he's not as bad as he used to be. But when he was first famous, he was like, "I hate God, F God, F." I'm not even exaggerating. That's what he would literally say. And
well, yeah, when he first came out, he really appealed to the godless skater kid of America.
You think that was a meme, or do you think he really believed in what he was saying?
I mean, either way is bad, but I don't know. I think he believed. I think he believed what he was saying, actually.
Well,
but it's a marketable trope these days.
Sure.
It's to be an edgelord is the in thing now.
Well, especially
to wear an offensive shirt to church, or an offensive shirt to the grocery store, or to say things that would make an elderly person's ears bleed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Being evil for evil's sake is cool, bro.
Let me see. Hold on. I'm trying to get this better. What was I going to tell you? Oh yeah, but there's a video of him saying, hold on. I'm trying to get the screen share a little bit different here. There's a video of him where he's talking about like how his house is haunted, and like he's talking about all this stuff, and he said that, and they asked him, like he was talking about like stuff flying off the shelves and really poltergeist level stuff.
Wasn't his records, but
yeah. And he said that I don't think he's lying, because this is a guy who's never talked about this kind of stuff. He's always mocked any sort of supernatural stuff. So,
and that's why that stuff started happening to him.
Well, maybe, yeah. But he says that he tried to contact the soul of his mother or stepmom. Yeah. He contacted the dead, and that triggered it. And he said that he saw like lights all over the place, all over his house, crazy stuff like that, like really haunted shit. And he was dead serious. I don't think he was lying. I just don't get the feeling that he's lying.
Well,
he's a guy that's never said anything like this ever. He's never talked about it. He's always mocked all that stuff.
Sounds like something was granted access to his life to issue him a wake-up call. Kind of like when Saul called up the spirit of Samuel with the witch from Endor.
Uh-huh. Oh yes. I remember that.
Yep.
I remember that.
I mean, yeah, Samuel even admonished Saul when that happened, to not do that.
Mm-hmm.
And the witch was afraid. The witch who had been scamming people was afraid because it really worked.
Yeah.
They don't say she was scamming people, but for the fact that she got terrified that Samuel actually showed up, kind of, to read between the lines there.
There was a whole argument about whether or not that was even Samuel. Was that Samuel or was that a demon? It's like, well, that's obviously it was Samuel.
Right.
The fact that she ran
right,
away.
And yeah, exactly. Well, to me, in that instance, it was like God actually sent Samuel when Saul did that.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe that 99.9% of any other time you see that happening in the world, and especially the world we live in now. I mean, if you see a dead relative or someone it's not them. It's a demon. It's a familiar spirit.
Right. There is
well, yeah. I mean, he was trying to. Sounds like Sean Morgan was trying to conduct rituals and stuff with the aid of familiar spirits, and now after that he was being tormented by one.
Yeah, he said he was being tormented, and he said that he hired if he wanted to lie about that, I think he would say something like, "Oh yeah, and I hired an exorcist or something," but he didn't. He said that he hired a spiritist, hired a witch to help him.
Right.
And he said that she only made things worse. That she said
that fits the playbook for what actually would happen.
Yeah, well, he says that she told him to spread salt all over the house or something, and that actually just made everything worse. And then she says, "Well, do you have any spiritual objects in the house?" And then he said, "Yeah, I have a Ouija board that I used to contact the dead." And then she said, "Well, take it out and burn it." So he took it out and he lit it on fire with some gasoline, like that song, "Wanna get some gasoline?" Yeah.
Yep.
Put some gasoline on it and he lit it on fire. And he says that when the thing touched the flames, when it got inflamed, he said, "I heard a voice, and the voice was literally laughing at him and saying, 'Oh look, he's burning it!' Ha ha ha!" Just mocking. He says it was horrifying.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had kind of that's really interesting. Hopefully that leads into conversion someday.
Hopefully, yeah.
If it hasn't already. I kind of had a similar conversation. I had a similar actual conversation with a former bass player of Marilyn Manson. And he was telling me about how he used Chantix to quit smoking cigarettes. and we were talking about the spirit of addiction and demons and stuff. And this guy's not a Christian. He was an atheist prior to this Chantix thing. He said by day 5 of the Chantix, when he was actually ready, could fully quit smoking, he said that he was dizzy all the time, and he said that he actually saw like demons and stuff like fleeing like out of him.
Wow.
Dark, like shadowy outlines of a humanoid figure running out of him in all directions as he's sweating out the last of his Chantix and the last of his nicotine. And he said that took him from atheism to being unsure, and that he said that there was something in him that told him that there is a God out there. Now, this is a guy who came from a very satanic band and atheistic European background.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing.
Interesting. That's pretty telling. That's pretty.
Yeah,
it makes you want to have these. Yeah, it makes you want to. You have these people who are super famous, and they're super duper famous, and they kill themselves. Like, how does a guy that's famous, all this money, he decides just to kill, like the guy from Lincoln Park? How does that make any sense?
Empty life.
Yeah.
Got everything he wanted. He got everything he wanted.
Yep.
Except for absolution and salvation. He got every material thing he wanted, and it still left him empty.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's an empty life. It really is, and a lot of people are, a lot of these entertainers and musicians are addicted to chemicals to try to self-medicate and overcome a lot of traumas.
Mm-hmm.
And it just doesn't work. And they're just, I mean, and you're not, and especially at that level, you're not around anybody healthy. You're not around anybody that cares about your well-being. Maybe not even your own bandmates. I mean, maybe not even your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Your kids are too young to understand what's going on. And if you're a mentally unwell, vulnerable person who's been struggling with addiction, I mean, in my opinion, the information that I was presented as a pseudo insider, because Linkin Park had the same manager as Gemini syndrome for a long time. To me, he was almost like an exploited individual.
Uh-huh.
They knew that this guy had an addiction problem. They knew that he had alcohol and methamphetamine addiction. They knew it was horrible, and they knew that being on tour as Chester from Linkin Park, that he could get it anywhere and everywhere and for free.
Mm-hmm.
So they would take this guy out of treatment anytime they booked a tour, and he would start out sober, and by the end of the tour, they were having to put him right back into treatment.
Mm-hmm. I see.
So to keep just, yanking a guy away from treatment, throwing him into the lion's den, and then just throwing him back in the can when you're done with him so everybody can make money.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really not shocked that it turned out that way. All things considered.
A lot of abuse happens in the music industry. I was listening to this interview with that singer. Remember that band, Smashing Pumpkins?
Yep, I love them. One of the greats. There'll never be another Smashing Pumpkins again either. That's an original band.
Why do you say they're original? What makes you say that?
They are very unique, and they're not really, they're more of an art rock band. Like, a lot of the songs are experimental. It's like, it's Smashing Pumpkins because of Billy Corgan's voice, but I don't really think they can be defined instrumentally.
You don't think they could be defined, or you think it's just the voice, or not the instruments?
Well, no, it's obviously it's both, but I think that like okay, they don't really confine themselves to anyone, like they don't have an active rock formula in that band at all.
Why do you say that? That's interesting.
They just don't really have like the repeating choruses and stuff. Like they're an alternative band.
Yeah, it's very soft. It's kind of soft.
Yeah.
That song, the only song that I listened to them, that I listened of theirs that I liked was 1979. I think that was a good song.
Yeah, 1979 reminds me of the early 90s growing up in Rochester, Minnesota with my grandmother.
Has the feeling of the 90s, and I don't know how it was able to convey that sound. So like I don't know how it's able to convey that feeling of nostalgia so well.
I think
How
a
do you do
lot of
that?
it has to do with the guitar effects that were used.
Yeah.
You know, the lyrics, the lyrics I think fit anytime, but that sound, like the post grunge alternative, still laden with like some kind of psychedelic effects and everything. Like I think that kind of captured it. You know, it was a chill song, but it was deep. I mean, all this stuff is like, you know, the Soviet Union had just collapsed.
Yeah. Yeah, the 90s,
Like America was printing money.
The 90s had a very unique sound, very calm. It wasn't like weird like the 70s or chaotic like the 70s music, and it wasn't glamorous like in the 80s. It was just very
The 80s were even more chaotic than the 70s as far as the music went.
Yeah. I don't like 70s music. I think it's very boring.
I agree with you. I agree.
Anyway,
totally lost it.
There's a lot of static in the back. There's a lot of static. I think I'm good. We've been talking for like an hour. I've been here for 4 hours, but I definitely enjoyed talking and having this conversation with you. I think I'm going to end the stream though.
All right, you enjoy your Friday.
All right, man. You too.
Later on.
All right, man. Talk to you later. Oh, all right. All right, guys. I've been here for 4 hours. I don't think I'm going to do music, man. I just doing a lot of talking. I've been here for 4 hours. I'm exhausted. I'm going to enjoy myself. All right, guys. Bless you guys. Be well. Have a good weekend. God bless you. And I'll see you when the next video comes up. All right. God bless. Bye-bye.